He didn't even do nothing. He just returned all.
Good morning, everyone. It is 10:09 a.m. or 10:10 a.m. We're in the Budget and Finance Conference Room. We're still awaiting the Office of the Controller, the Office of Management and Budget to arrive. So we will begin shortly, but I just want to update everyone on the call that we're still waiting for our presenters to come to the conference room. So we'll begin shortly. Thank you.
Okay, already, oh, I wanted to say that. I felt this that I'm being when I can see this to them all. Oh, okay.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for being here in the Budget and Finance Conference Room. Today is December 3rd, 2024. We have a scheduled regular meeting for the committee. While we wait for one more member of the committee to come to the Budget and Finance Conference Room, we'll start with a recap from the controller over several reports that were requested by the committee for the month of November. That will be a recap of several of the reports on the agenda today. So we'll cover let's see, we'll be covering the reports E and D, and also, I believe part of H. So, we do have our, Chairwoman Amber Khan-Rafati here in the conference room, so we can begin our budget and finance conference room meeting. Thank you all. So we are going to begin. We're going to call this meeting to order at 10:29 a.m. Can we take an official roll call, Mr. Rose?
Excuse me, morning, everyone. Roll call for the Budget Finance Committee regular meeting for December 3rd, at 10 a.m. Honorable Norman Gay. Dr. Honorable Nadine Parrish.
Delegate Peterson, the excuse
Okay,
until he arrives. I think he said 12.
Okay.
Okay.
okay, thank you. Honorable Member Kenneth Locati.
Chairman present, thank you.
Thank you very much. Honorable Paul R. Slater. Present. Thank you, sir. Honorable Lester Yazdi. Good morning, I'm present. Thank you, Madam Chair, we have 5 members of Constitution House.
Thank you, Mr. Mose. Before we begin.
Oh, 4 members.
4 members. Before we begin, I'd like to give some time over to our new staff who have been assigned by the Office of Legislative Services to assist the Budget and Finance Committee. So if you all would like to introduce yourselves, and then we can.
Good morning, my name is Roger Tahi. I'm the legislative advisor now for Budget and Finance Committee. I was reassigned from Resource and Development Committee. I'm Kiani Sanjikina, and I'm a retreat from Steamboat, Arizona.
Morning, everyone. Jay Letterbones and Chef. We're just gonna let my son, flow. I'm gonna go to the glad to be here.
Mr. Mose, Mr. Taki for being a part of today's meeting. We're gonna move through the agenda. So welcome to Budget and Finance Committee. Glad to have you. We'll go next to invocation. Delegate Dr.
Ya te hablamos porque quiero tener distinción a ya que ya doy ya citizen benefit arts in the China in the caso de ya hasta que se toque ya do ba da do ti da yo que vi me doy ya la ya do sa ni que yo de algo to se llama se que ya la historia de ya do ya touchy and touchy but it's cheeky are the se la do shi da se cheeky así da isn't the she with the zero ya di Pojoro Nika Mana Sama Nika Ari that are the those are many arts isn't it's a non go pick up it's so the actually in village which is car and so the model son because I give a based on that so to do in the project the never Washington don't need to have been your based on the sun you I thought they don't need to any banana after the other machines are the sheet of other state going the whole Kilo in the action fund that is upon the data of the Assad, the leading to that farm. Now the city old, them old and the area things in that car need on the other either. Although a yard go other which I take you to our signs on the go here from the other than that money. Large house of Mr. President, knowing that one speaker, Speaker Crowley, the Chief Justice. Not only that lady the whole one that is that in never Washington, but this other one, the one dollar maybe it's maybe Kaya or people this kind of that. But not the six order, yeah, will be seeing alone. The hit one no, yeah, feel only got out in the gun as now. We can't know a lot of action of only legal. We can choose a lot in the energy for the go in the smart soil. Machines are in that they will be ဒီဖိုင်အမီဒီကျေရာပထယာဘောထေလယာတေကိုချီယန်ဒင်းဘောခွေကိုစခါကြကိုယာတေဝေယာတိတာယောယာဘနာတေပနာဘချီလောမေယာတေဝချီစတာသူတို့မစကေစတာနခါနိုင်ယောတာဟေးလောဘာဒီစနာတာဟေးဂျီနခါချင်းတို့အချင်းစားတွေခေဒန်တာတေရီအာတေဝကိုတေဒီဒီကိုတေပါရှိနေတာတော့ဘာကြောင့်လဲတော့ယာအာတီစင်တော့ဆက်ပြီးပဲပဲစီကေပေဒါချေကိုကျွန်တော်စလင်းတော့ဒီကိုကျွန်တော်စတေကိုကျွန်တော်စတေAll gonna say.
Thank you, Del. We'll move on to recognizing guests and visiting officials. College learning recognition. Gentlemen,
Yes, thank you, Shadeja. I apologize for being late. I do want to say we had some technical difficulties. And so that delayed my first meeting, which caused the delay to be here, so I apologize. I do want to recognize for the record, if we could ask Madam Delegate Captain Benali to please introduce herself to the committee. She's one of our esteemed colleagues that served on multiple councils and now is with the executive. So I'd like to give her the floor. Shadeja.
thank you. Shima, the floor is yours.
Where delegates talk,
Right.
party. Ado, Nana, Chairwoman, Nana, Ado, Sharwet, Delegate Slater. Ado, Nana, Shiash, Shanadan, Thing, Yanni, the Shanadan, Things. Ado, hopefully, Kilomini, Army, what here have. Shaking Ani, Shmo, a she, the Shajet. Upon the Chido, if it's really national, then what's the that, or listen and shut. Ado. It's out that one, it's until that's in the out. That's non shalom, ovation, other idea. She says, yeah, she don't know the non national bastion. I don't Shabbat, I was here, but I didn't really care. Here, meaning, some people, I changed it, that's maybe that, you can see that, Jim. The Asian surveillance, thank you.
Yeah, Chanel, Shima, thank you for being here and congratulations on your position and working for continued service to the Navajo Nation.
Thank you.
Everyone else is our usual group of people.
Before we begin, I know according to Navajo Nation law, we have the Budget and Finance Committee has a set of advisors. So we do have Office of the Controller is here. I'd like to request the status of Office of Management and Budget and also the Department of Justice. Those are our stated advisors. I just want to see if they're here. Record and provide the committee the assistance that is provided by our codes. Thank you.
Thank you. We do have Michelle Espino from the Office of Legislative Counsel, who is our Chief Legislative Counsel. We also have the Controller of the Navajo Nation from the Office of the Controller. I believe according to the code, we also need the Office of Management and Budget. So Mr. Talking, could you check on the status of where the Office of Management and Budget is and also the Department of Justice? I can also do a call for those that are on Zoom. Is the Office of Management and Budget on the call? Second call for the Office of Management and Budget.
This is Cordell Shorter with Contracts and Grants. I'm on the call.
Good morning, Mr. Shorty. Thank you for being on the call. I know you're with Contracts and Grants, but is anyone else from Office of Management and Budget on the call? For internal affairs? Thank you, Mr. Shorty. Mr. Tati, could you just notify Mr. Dion? And then for the Department of Justice, is anyone on the call?
Good morning, Madam Chair. This is Mel Rodas from the Tax and Finance Unit of Navajo DOJ. Good morning, members of the committee as well. Thank you.
Good morning. Thank you. We'll move on to, reviewing and adopting the agenda. Mr. Tahi, can you read the proposed agenda into the record?
Madam Chair, members of the Budget and Finance Committee, the proposed agenda reads as follows. Proposed agenda of the Budget and Finance Committee of the Navajo Nation Council, December 3rd, 2024, regular meeting, 10 a.m. Presiding Honorable Chairperson, Honorable Carl R. Slater, Vice Chairperson, place Budget and Finance Committee, Window Rock, Arizona. 1, call meeting to order, roll call, invocation. 2, recognize the guests and visiting officials. 3, review and adopt the agenda. 4, review and adopt the journal, October 1st, 2024, and October 15th, 2024. 5, receiving reports. A, CMY 28 November 1st deadline impact to Navajo FRF. B, COSO framework for internal audit control committee. C, Navajo Nation budget to actual expenditure trend over the past 5 years. D, Navajo Nation FY 2024 closeout report. E, FY 2025 GWA funded to general funds program. F, fourth quarter FY 2024 executive summary analysis of budget transfers, modifications and revisions. G, analysis of external funds, contracts and grants, modification, transfers and revisions. H, analysis of proprietary funds for the special revenue funds. I, agriculture infrastructure fund, AIF financial report. J, Navajo Nation comprehensive budget hearing analysis. 6, old business legislation number 0123-24, an action relating to budget and finance committee approving $250,063 for the COVID-19 response donation fund to 8 chapters to reimburse their COVID-19 response expenses. 7, new business. A, legislation number 0235-24, an action relating to resource and development, budget, finance, and nominating committee, approving and authorizing the renewal of the contract between the Navajo Nation and the U.S. Department of the Interior, Bureau of Indian Affairs, under 25 USC section 5031, public law 9368 as amended, for the 3-year term of the housing improvement program, approving and authorizing the fiscal year annual fund agreement and the scope of work for the period of contract term. B, legislation numbers 0238-24, action relating to resource and development, budget, and finance, and nominating committee, approving and authorizing the renewal of the contract between the Navajo Nation and the U.S. Department of the Interior under 25 USC section 5301, public law 93638, for the 5-year term beginning on January 1st, 2025, and ending on December 31st, 2029, for the water monitoring and inventory program, approving and authorizing the fiscal year annual funding agreement and the scope of work for the period of the contract. C, legislation number 0239-24, an action relating to resource and development, budget and finance, and nominating committee, approving and authorizing the renewal of contract between the Navajo Nation and the U.S. Department under 25 USC section 5301, public law 93638 as on January 1st, 2025, and ending on December 31st, 2027, for the safety and dams program, approving and authorizing the fiscal year annual funding agreement for the scope of work for the period of the contract. 8, to close the meeting, announcements, written announcements and adjournment. Madam Chair, members of the Budget and Finance, that is the proposed agenda read into the record.
Thank you, Mr. Tahi, for reading the proposed agenda into the record, colleagues. We do have multiple reports on the agenda that were requested in the month of November. This morning, I forwarded an email to the committee from the controller from November 7th. In that email is the reports, the written reports that were included is analysis of proprietary and special revenue funds. Report is monthly budget to actual expenditure report. Number 3, the comprehensive budget timing. Number 4 is COSA internal control and audit committees, and number 5 is CMY 2024 November 1st deadline impacts to the Navajo FRF. I just want to make you aware that we have received those 5 reports on November 7th. We'll proceed to and a second on the proposed agenda. Is there a motion? Motion by Amber Knezba-Crotty. Do we have a second to the motion? Second by Delegate Lester Yazzie. Colleagues, are there any amendments? Vice Chair Carl Slater.
As colleagues, for consideration, I'd like to motion to modify the agenda under 5A. This is gonna be a big one. Okay, we received A as a written report 1129, so I'm going to amend to accept A, B, D, F, E, and H as written to us on the 6th, the 7th, and the 29th. And then item C is contained in report H, so delete that from the agenda or combine it with that. Yeah, combine it with H, I guess, since it's report. And then item J, since the presenter is not available, defer to the next committee agenda. Then also add legislations 248-24 and 249-24.
Thank you, Vice Chair Slater. We have a motion on the floor for amendment number 1, colleagues. Second to the motion.
Chair, can I get that? Right back. I will try to follow.
Yeah, okay, so A, B, D, F, G, H, except as written reports. Item C is included in item H. So combining it with that. And then E would remain, right? Sure. Yeah, so E would remain as an oral and written report, and then I would remain as an oral and written report, and J would be deferred to the next meeting because this guy's not available, but we do have written stuff for our review in the time, in the interim time period. And then there are two, I think there's 638 approval legislations, and that's 248 and 249, adding those to the agenda.
Recognize the second, and then we can go into questions or I request to modify the motion. Legislation 248. Okay.
Yeah, I think Rodney has to read at least the titles.
Okay. So, let's not accept the motion. Colleagues, do you have any questions on amendment 1? Hearing none. Mr. Tahi, do you wanna vote on amendment 1 and then it'll be, or are you reading the title?
I'll read it.
Okay, go ahead.
And then we can vote on it. Madam Chair, members of Budget and Finance Committee, this is amendment 1 to the proposed legislation. When receiving reports for item for A, CMY 2824, November 1st deadline impacted to the Navajo FRF. B, COSA framework for internal controls and audits. D, Navajo Nation FY 2024 closeout report. F, fourth quarter FY 2024 expenditure summary analysis for budget transfer modifications revisions. D, analysis of external funds, contracts, and grants modification, transfer and revisions. And H, analyze of proprietary funds and special revenue funds. And include in H, add C, the Navajo Nation budget to actual expenditure trends over the past 5 years as it's contained in the report. In addition, defer J, Navajo Nation comprehensive budget public analysis to the next Budget and Finance Committee. Add under new business legislation number 0248-24 and 024-29. Madam Chair, members of Budget and Finance Committee, that's amendment number 1, run into the record.
Thank you, Mr. Tahi. We'll go to roll call. So we'll go to roll call vote on amendment 1.
Madam Chair, members of Budget and Finance Committee, this is a roll call vote for amendment number 1. Honorable Norman Begay, how do you vote? Excuse Honorable Kidman Desperati, how do you vote?
Do you have to vote green?
Honorable Kidman Desperati votes green. Honorable Carl S. Slater, what do you vote? Green. Honorable Carl S. Slater votes green. Honorable Lester Yazzie, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Lester Yazzie votes green. Madam Chair, that's 4 in favor, with 3 in favor, 0 opposed, the Madam Chair not voting.
Thank you, Mr. Toffey. Thank you, members of the committee. With that, the motion does carry. We have passed amendment number 1 to the agenda. Colleagues, are there any other, we're back on the main motion. Are there any other amendments to the agenda?
Sure.
Vice Chair Slater?
Colleagues, I don't know if you consider this, but would you be open to 123, 235, 238, and 239 as a consent schedule? Well, 248 needs an amendment, 249 wasn't originally on the agenda, so. I prefer it.
Vice Chair Slater, is that a motion?
Yes, that's.
Motion on the floor is for legislation, new business, right?
Well, including all this.
Okay, 123, 24, 235, 24, 238, 24, and 239. Is that correct?
Yes.
There's a motion for consent, calendar for legislation. Sitting on one.
Awesome.
Second by, Delegate Lester Yazzie. Colleagues, are there any questions to the motion? Chairwoman, Member Commissioner Crowdy.
Yes, thank you, Sheriff Delegates Leader. So on, old business A, there was a table for no more than 60 days to allow amendments to be developed to reimburse the fire agencies for COVID response expenses. Has that been created?
Like with the Office of Legislative Counsel on the request for an amendment on legislation 123-24. Madam Chair, members of the committee, Chair of I'm actually trying to communicate with Vern, who I believe worked on it, to give me a few minutes and put that, to you. Thank you, Michelle. I did see, Chairwoman, the request for an amendment, I believe later in the part of November. So I do recall seeing the request for an amendment for 123-24.
So, since there's an amendment, if I could, ask the motion party to remove 123-24 off the consent, so we can move forward with that amendment. Thank you.
I agree.
Vice Chair Slater concurs. So now the motion on the floor, Delegate Yazzie concurs. So now the motion on the floor is 232, 235, 24, 238, 24, 239, 24 on the consent agenda. That's the current motion on the floor. Both the motion party and the second party concur. So we'll go for amendment number 2, Mr. Potty.
Madam Chair, members of Budget and Finance Committee, this is amendment number 2 to the proposed agenda, creating a consent agenda, adding legislation number 0235-24, legislation number 0238-24, and 0239-24 to the agenda, the consent agenda.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Potty. Members of the committee, are there no questions? We'll go to roll call.
Madam Chair, members of Budget and Finance, this is roll call vote for amendment number 2, adding a consent agenda and adding legislation number 0235-24, legislation number 0238-24, legislation number 0239-24 to the consent agenda. Honorable Norman Begay, how do you vote? Honorable Amber Tizzle-Scott-Crotty, how do you vote?
She has a green.
Honorable Amber Tizzle-Scott-Crotty votes green. Honorable Carl R. Slater, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Carl R. Slater votes green. Honorable Lester Yazzie, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Lester Slater votes green. Madam Chair, that is 3 in favor, 0 opposed, and Madam Chair not voting.
Thank you, Mr. Todd. Thank you, members of the committee. The motion does carry on amendment number 2.
Should be,
Chairwoman, working on the Friday.
yes, thank you. If I could have staff send over, legislation, new business A, B, and C. Chair, Brenda Hastings did ask, ask me to co-sponsor, so I could co-sponsor, and I'm willing to co-sponsor new business A, so that it will be, have a sponsor when we move to the consent agenda.
Yeah, thank you.
Oh, and then I did have a question in terms of did delegates later at the consent agenda to before report or when we go to legislation? Thank you.
Thank you. in the motion, Vice Chair Slater did not specify, but Vice Chair Slater, do you have or would you like to offer another amendment to modify the agenda further?
I guess, can we confirm with OLC? We do the consent schedule at that item, right? So it'd be the first thing under new business since they're all new business items, so that's what I assume would take place.
Okay.
And then Office of Legislative Services, could you bring over 23524, 23824, and 23924 to delegate credits? Mr. Talking?
Madam Chair, members of Budget and Finance, I would like to offer this recommendation that we start with receiving reports, as this would give Office of Legislative Counsel, Office of Legislative Service to get the amendments ready for old business legislation number 0123-24. And we get everything ready for the consent agenda, as well as adding the two legislations to the record, so that we can proceed as quickly as possible. Madam Chair, members of Budget and Finance, that's my recommendation.
Thank you, Mr. Talking. And then for the record, the new business cannot be with old business. Would it just flow old business to new business? Are there any restrictions? No restrictions? Okay. If the committee wanted to entertain a motion, move new business in front of old business. Otherwise, we do have 3 reports that we'll be hearing, which is the 2025 GWA Fund to General Fund Programs. The next report we'll be hearing is the Agriculture Infrastructure Fund Financial Report. Actually, those are just two reports before we get to old business. Members of the committee, we have passed 2 amendments to the agenda. Are there any other amendments to this agenda? No further amendments to the agenda? Okay, hearing none at this time, we do have amendment 1 and amendment 2. Mr. Tahi ran to the back. Mr. Mose? Your final reading of the agenda? Or should we wait for Mr. Tahi? Okay. All right, I just want to clarify, see if Office of Management and Budget is on the call now. Anyone else, is Ms. Elva Tom or Mr. Dominic Vial on the call? Or Ms. Francisco? No one new?
We got a question.
Sure,
So while we wait for this next action, I wanted to, just restate, I know that we're gonna have a meeting with Office of Legislative Services on like the committee functions. I would like to request, that the committee start posting or request these written reports prior to our meeting so that we have time to read, which this, I've had prior time to read these reports. But if we could then do a hyperlink for our agenda, so anyone who's downloading our agenda off the public website can have access to those written reports. So we're linking all of the information. I think that would be helpful for us to keep a record as. Especially as we, you know, we had to keep our own record of the budget process. So it would have been nice to have all of those documents attached. I think it'll be beneficial to the committee and of course, increasing transparency for those who are following or want to know the actions of the committee.
Mr. Tahi, the woman in Representative probably has made this reflect in the past, is to hyperlink the written reports. So I guess we could, the committee also has requested to meet with the Office of Legislative Services on the transition of advisors. So again, that meeting point that we can discuss is some of these topics, which include hyperlinking the written reports to our agendas on the website. So just a good technical thing. But we'll add that to one of the points of discussion during that meeting. Thank you, Mr. Tahi. Debbie,
I will also be requesting you find me co-sponsor 20249-34.
249-24. I believe that, so grab that one for you. Okay. Mr. Todd? You can final reading of the agenda. Then take the roll call. Thank you.
Madam Chair, members of the Budget and Finance Committee, the amend the agenda with all the changes to it reads as follows. One, roll call. Call meeting to order, roll call and invocation. Two, recognizing guests and visiting officials. Three, review and adopt the agenda. Four, review and adopt the journal October 1st, 2024, October 15th, 2024. Five, receiving reports, written report. A, CMY 28 November 1st deadline impacted to Navajo FRF. COSA framework for internal audit control and audit committee. Navajo Nation FY 2024 closeout report. Fourth quarter FY 2024 executive summary analysis of budget transfer modifications and revisions. Analysis of external funds contracts and grant modifications, transfers and revisions. Analysis of proprietary funds and special revenue funds. And Navajo Nation budget to actual expenditure trends over the past 5 years. B, FY 2025 GWA funds to general funds program. C, agriculture infrastructure fund AIF financial report. 6, old business legislation number 0123-24 and action relating to budget and finance committee approving $250,868.63 from the COVID-19 response donation funds to 8 chapters to reimburse their COVID-19 response expense. 7, new business. A, consent agenda, legislation number 0235-24 and action relating to resource and development, budget and finance and economic committee, approving and authorizing the renewal of contract between the Navajo Nation and the U.S. Department of the Interior Bureau of Indian Affairs under USC section 5301. Public Law 93-638 as amended for a 3-year term for the Housing Improvement Program and authorizing the 50-year annual funding agreement and the scope of work for the period of contract term. Legislation number 0238-24 and action relating to resource development, budget and finance and economic committee approving and authorizing the renewal of contract between the Navajo Nation and the U.S. Department of the Interior under 25 USC section 5301. Public Law 93-638 is amended for a 5-year term beginning on January 1st, 2025 and ending on December 31st, 2025 for the water monitoring and inventory program, approving and authorizing the fiscal year annual funding agreement and the scope of work for the period of the contract term. See legislation number 0239-24. An action relating to resource and development, budget and finance and economic committee approving and authorizing the renewal of the contract between the Navajo Nation and the U.S. Department of the Interior under 25 USC section 53 Public Law 93-638 as amended for a 3-year term beginning on January 1st, 2025 and ending on December 31st, 2027 for the safety dams program, approving and authorizing the fiscal year annual funding agreement and the scope of work for a period of the contract. B, legislation number 0248-24 and action relating to health, education and human services committee, the budget and finance committee, and the nominating committee approving the contract between the Navajo Nation and the United States Department of the Interior pursuant to 25 section 5301. Public Law 93-638 as amended for the Navajo Nation Treatment Center for Children and their families beginning on January 1st, 2025 and ending on December 31st, 2025. C, legislation number 0249-24, an action relating to health, education, and human services committee, the budget and finance committee, the nominating committee, and approving the contract between the Navajo Nation and the United States Department of Health and Human Services, Indian Health Services pursuant to 25 USC section 5301, Public Law 93-638 as amended for the Navajo Nation Department of Health and its supportive programs beginning on January 1st, 2025 and ending on December 31st, 2034. 8, to close the session, written announcements and adjournments. Madam Chair, members of Budget and Finance Committee, that is the amendment, proposed agenda run into the record.
Thank you, Mr. Coffey. Could you read our, introduce the committee to real public?
Madam Chair, members of the Budget and Finance Committee, this is roll call for reviewing and adopting the agenda. Honorable Norman McGay, how do you vote? Honorable Kismet Propagati, how do you vote? Honorable Kismet Propagati votes green. Honorable Carl Slater, how do you vote? Green. Honorable Carl Slater votes green. Honorable Lester Ghazi, how do you vote? Honorable Lester Ghazi votes green. Madam Chair, that is 3 in favor, 0 opposed, and Madam Chair not voting.
Thank you, Mr. Todley. Thank you, members of the committee. With that, we do have an agenda before us. We'll proceed with our agenda. We're on item number 4, review and adopt the journals on October 1st, 2024, and October 15th, 2024. The journals were emailed to the committee. Members of the committee, is there a motion to adopt the journals? Motion. Chairwoman Amber Kenneth Cardy, motion. Do we have a second? Second by Vice Chair Carl Slater. Colleagues, are there any questions to the journal? Hearing none, Chairwoman Amber Kenneth Cardy, any
The big guy vote green, thank you.
Chairwoman Amber Knesset Cardy votes green. Delegate Lester Yazzie, how do you vote? Delegate Lester Yazzie votes green. Vice Chair Carl Slater, how do you vote?
Green.
Vice Chair Carl Slater votes green. Delegate Norman Indigate is excused with that 3 in favor, 0 opposed, 1 member excused, myself not voting. Motion carries. We'll continue on with receiving reports. We'll go to item number A. We do have a consent agenda for consideration. Mr. Taki, we'll go to the consent agenda now. Could you just read the titles of the reports or?
We're reporting.
The written reports, yes, sorry, I'm referring to the written reports, I apologize. Thank you.
Madam Chair, members of the Budget and Finance Committee, this is the written reports under 5A, receiving report. CNY 28 24 November 1st deadline impact to Navajo FRF. COSA framework for internal audit. Control and Audit Committee. Navajo Nation and FY 2024 closeout report. Fourth quarter FY 2024 executive summary analysis of budget transfer modifications, revisions. Analysis of external fund contracts, grants, modification, transfers and revisions. Analysis of proprietary funds and special revenue funds. And including in the Navajo Nation budget to actual expenditure trends over the past 5 years. Madam Chair, members of Budget and Finance Committee, that is written reports under receiving reports A.
Thank you, Mr. Taki. Members of the committee, is there a motion to accept the written reports? Motion by Vice Chair Carl Slater, is there a second to the motion?
Second.
Second by Delegate Lester Yazzie. Colleagues, before we go to a vote, are there any questions? Hearing none, Chairwoman Amber Kenneth Cardy, how do you vote?
Big guy vote green, thank you.
Chairwoman Amber Kenneth Cardy votes green. Delegate Lester Yazzie, how do you vote? Delegate Lester Yazzie votes green. Vice Chair Carl Slater.
Green.
Vice Chair Carl Slater votes green. Delegate Norman Indigate is excused. With that, we have 3 members in favor, 1 member excused, myself not voting, the motion carries. The committee accepts the written reports on the agenda. We'll go to item number B, which is the FY 2025 GWA Fund 2 General Fund Programs. The presenter this morning is the Director of the Office of Management and Budget, Mr. Dial. Budget Officer at the Office of Management and Budget, Ms. Alba Tong. Also, Ms. Racita Toddy from the Division of Human Resources. So we welcome our presenters to begin with the have that updated agenda. Whenever you have that, so. The reporters, how many chairs? Do we have?
One more.
One more chair? Okay. have a hard copy of the report. We'll hand the floor over to Mr. Dial, Ms. Palm, and also Ms. Connie.
Oh, good morning, Madam Chair, members of the committee, ladies and gentlemen in the audience. Earlier, before we came to this particular meeting, going back several weeks now, we've been in dialogue with the Department of Personnel Management and Division of Human Resources. So this particular report is now available and provided. And I think we mentioned to the committee before by email that the primary presenter of this particular subject matter would be DPN DHR. And as you see, the memo is signed by DHR. So therefore, I'd like to turn it over to Ms. Toddy, so she can make the presentation.
Good morning, Honorable Chair Parrish and members of the Budget and Finance Committee. I'm here to present information regarding the FY 25 4% general wage adjustment for all the general fund programs. And what I have here is a memo to the committee regarding the expenditures up to this point. And Department of Personnel Management usually takes care of the executive and the legislative branch employees, and we generate the reports for them. However, the judicial branch is an independent branch and has their own personnel office. So they generally provide us with information regarding their personnel. Okay, so what I have before you is a table in the middle of the memo indicating what the expenditures are up to this point at 50%. There is also another report attached, which is a report that was generated from JD Edwards, HRIS, dated November 7. That was the first day we were supposed to come up to present this report to you. And as you all notice on that report, we only have the executive branch by divisions as well as the legislative branch. And so, as I mentioned, judicial normally provides us with their information. So up to this point, the 50%, which is based on the CR, we expended $2,232,155.32. And that includes the 4% GWA at 50%, with a total of $1,617,351.28. The fringe amount at 50% is $612,804.04, bringing the total to the $2,230,155.32. So this is the information that we were able to extract from JDE regarding the pay costs up to this point. However, one of the things I'd like to point out is that sometimes, for some reason, the system usually doesn't pick up all the employees. So as employees notice that they didn't receive the GWA, then they'll come forward to DPM and request why they hadn't been included in the or they hadn't received their GWA. So normally our position control analyst would go back in to figure out what happened. It's usually when a person might have been on leave for an extended period, or they may have some changes in their pay or their assignments. And that's why sometimes the system does not pick those amounts up. As you will notice that also when we projected the costs for the 4% GWA, it was at the total cost for a 4% GWA, including the proposed base amount and the fringe amount, was at $4,774,382. And half of that is what the CR budget is currently at, and that was what funding was approved at in the CR budget. So up to this point, we have not fully expended, but when we submit the cost projections to the Budget and Finance Committee, as well as the branch chiefs, it's usually an estimate of how much it's going to cost based on when the reports were generated. And this year, the latest was generated in August. So this is the, we had 1,371,000 eligible positions and 1,287 eligible employees. So that's what, how the figures were calculated at the time. Thank you.
Thank you. Patty, does that complete your report?
Yes.
Thank you. Members of the committee, is there a motion to accept the report? Motion by Vice Chair Carl Slater. Do we have a second to the motion? Second. Seconded by Chairwoman Amber Nestor. Always, we have any questions for Mr. Patty for Office of Management? Chairwoman Amber Nestor.
Well, thank you, I appreciate that, report from manager. So I just want to say, just in the memorandum, as a nuance, we're looking at, it's my understanding that you're still acting director. But I don't think, I don't recall the confirmations, if you could, help me recall when that took place. But the second part in terms of the GWA, what I would want to ask is, so this will end, second quarter. And so that would be March 30th, I believe, or March 31st. And my question is regarding the fringe now. Because, Chair, when we received recommendations from Office of Management and Budget, we get, I guess the best guess at the time is what would be the financial impact for increasing the GWA. So if it was recommended at 4%, I think, actually, I think that wasn't one of the recommendations, but you provided that information prior to the CR. I actually now I'm looking at the fringe. So this is the first time I believe that I've seen a breakdown of the total impact of the GWA. And I'm not sure then if the committee has ever been aware of that additional fringe amount. So I would want to know what budget that comes out of. Just help me understand when we pull together the budget where that funding comes, is removed from. And also looking at, let's see, I'm trying to figure out how to see this. The second question is, this committee's been waiting for a new pay scale. And so ARPA money was allocated, although there was a pay scale or determination back in 2018. So for 6 years, Navajo Nation has had the opportunity to change the pay scale. And now we're waiting for human resources with the new ARPA funded or FRF funded pay scale. So I'd like to know when that will be completed so that we're able then to have enough time to figure out if that's going to be implemented in the second portion of this fiscal year. there was a recommendation on how much funding would be needed. So we would need to know that number, and then when the department is gonna be ready to deploy that new pay scale so that it benefits our employees and also allows the committee enough time to anticipate that additional cost. How we'll sustain it, and that's vital to these ongoing budget negotiations. Thank you, Shema, I appreciate the report.
Yeah, thank you. I'll turn the floor over to the Office of Management Budget and also to the Division of Human Resources on the breakdown of the GWA fringe dollars and how that is taken out of the currently the continuing resolution for the comprehensive budget. So further explanation on the GWA fringe, how that's broken down, and an update on the pay scale report. Ms. Toddy?
Thank you. With reference to the, when will the GWA end? Currently under the CR, the budget will end on March 31st, 2025. And the fringe amount is based on, the amounts that were calculated by, the Office of the Controller, as well as other programs that, I think insurance, employee benefits, they usually contribute or provide information to, Office of the Controller. And the fringe benefits amount are currently in the FY 25, budget instruction manual. And for all the regular status employees, their, fringe amount is at 37.33%. The law enforcement has a different rate. So does the political at will, and the temporaries also have a different fringe amount. So the fringe amount that we use to calculate these, the proposed general wage adjustment was 37.33. But for law enforcement officers, we have to use the amount that is on the chart and was issued by Office of the Controller. As far as the financial impact, if we are going to continue with the, well, right now in the CR, this is included. And once the comprehensive budget is being addressed, more than likely this will continue within the fiscal year throughout the FY 25. The second question is the second pay scale. We are, the Department of Personnel Management is currently working with REDW, a consultant who is conducting a comprehensive compensation study. And I was hoping to meet with them before this meeting, so I would know where we are at. They did send us the first phase and we reviewed the information. There were several recommendations that were provided to them, but we have not received an update. So as soon as we get that information, we can let you know, but we were hoping that we could get it all completed before the comprehensive budget is going to be addressed. And you did ask, will it be implemented with the new comprehensive budget? And we're hoping to. We have like probably a month to make that determination. So as soon as we get that information, we'll provide an update to you. The first question you asked was the acting status. I have been appointed as the division director for the Division of Human Resources. However, I have not been informed of when the confirmation is going to be submitted to the full council. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Patty.
Yes, I'd like to know. These are- Way, I would just need to know, is that also being used for the DWA? I'm just trying to have all the right.
Could you have the fringe, discuss?
Thank you. Chair. All this. Robert, so what's the question?
The report from the Department of Division of Human Resources, there's a comment that this GWA fringe. GWA fringe, and so the report so far is the GDIP. Where does the fringe money come from essentially? But I'll go to Chairwoman Eric for value to expand on the question.
Oh, yeah, that's the question. So, I could pull out my documents, but I just want to understand what OMB is recommending the GWA, does it include the GWA anticipated fringe? I just want to know where that money is coming from, if it's part of the permanent lapse savings fund, or, I'm trying to understand when we pull together the fringe, comes from the general fund. And I understand the permanent lapse savings fund is the general fund, technically, but, I just want to make sure that that's all our numbers are accurate.
So thank you, Chair, and thank you, Chair Karati, for the question. So the way I know we calculated every budget season is we'll take the base amount for salary. We'll give recommendations, OMB will give recommendations 5, 4, 3, usually some in that range for a GWA. We'll calculate what that gross payroll amount is based on the base, and then we'll add the fringe to it based on the whatever fringe benefit rate is applicable for that year. So typically the final number you see as a recommendation will include both. Yeah.
Yeah, so to clarify, is that coming out of permanent lapse savings fund?
Yeah.
And the reason why I'm asking, Chair, because when the CR is approved, now there's not a permanent lapse savings fund, it's now USD. So as we think about the next, phase of funding fiscal year 25, we would have to take that into consideration. And I'm not sure if this would be considered recurring expense, so it just changes the amount of votes needed on the floor when it comes to the budget. Thank you for that clarification and answering that question.
In the Office of Legislative Counsel, we just wanted to flag this because I'm Chairwoman for County Fest, the type of funding matters. It's not something like when they're discussing comprehensive budget. So this will definitely be a point when we're developing that legislation to see how pulling that money from the USD, what that would look like. Thank you, Sadie.
Thank you. So following up on Delia Crowley's line of questions, Controller, could you email a report from you and Rob on, I guess, whatever the difference was left over in the personal lapse savings fund and how that went to the UFB, and I guess to an updated UFB report for the committee? Sure. And then if you can identify what you're aware of funding that contributed to either increase or decrease there related to budget. Sure. We need that.
Thank you, Controller McKee.
By the next meeting? Or by the next meeting cycle. Sure, yeah, we can do it.
December 17th.
Oh, we can-
I'll go to Mr. Willie and then I'll go to Mr. Vial.
Hi, good afternoon, Robert Willie, Assistant Controller, Assistant Controller. The question that you're asking, I would need the GWA amount that we're gonna use for FY 25. So I need that. I've been asking for that GWA amount to finish the calculation for 24. Because part of the continuing resolution does ask to cover the 25 GWA with personal acts, so I need that number to finish. That'll get Slater's question also, so if I can get that number soon, I can finish the closeout for 24, and I can finish the budget reconciliation for 25. Thank you.
4%. Pretty good.
But he's asking, are we gonna continue with the 4%? So there needs to be a decision by resolution or by. However,
Because during the work session, the one these were that we were increasing the 4% at whatever the personnel number, however many nomination employees were. They said that you had already adopted the FY 25 at 4%. And then I said, no, we didn't yet, but they said that's how we're doing the calculation. So DPM didn't send over to Rob and them the calculation they needed for FY 25. So that was in the work session. if I recall. So Mr. Willie is waiting for the Department of Personnel Management to send them the numbers over so he can complete the calculation.
This is what he sent to them. This is. what
So
was
Ms.
sent
Toddy
to
and
them.
Office of Controller, could you clarify that communication? This is from the work session. Everybody in the room was at that meeting.
Sure, thank you, Chair. I think we can get the numbers needed from. Looks like a report was sent out on December 2nd, or this report, so we can start working on this.
We sent this on November 8th and number 2. I remember.
Okay, we'll get something to you, Chair,
By December 17th.
by the next week, but yeah, next meeting.
Okay, so Mr. Taki, could you just note that for December 17th, we'll have this follow-up discussion on the FY 25 GW. Vice Chair, so you're giving a follow-up question? Chairman, everyone's giving follow-up questions?
I do have a follow-up. To be just so the committee can request some more information from judicial branch. That would be helpful. And if that could be provided by the 17th. I think at this time, we would just need a written report. So I'm not asking for judicial to present to the committee. Thank you, Chair.
Mr. Tavi, could you request that from the judicial branch for written report? Mr. Dion.
Madam Chair and committee members, as well as everyone here. I just want to add some more information relevant to some of the questions and so on. Actually, 2 points. The first one is, and this was explained in the BNF committee work session, where there's a letter D that has personal lapse savings fund. And a number of appropriations were made. $5.7 million for the 25 human resource management system. The next one is 683,000 plus for the employee step increases, merit pay bonuses. Thirdly is covering half of the 24 GWA that was incurred last fiscal year. And then the fourth one is $2.3 million plus to fund the 4% GWA for fiscal year 25. You see, that's the way the continuing resolution reads, signed into law and etc. So the fund source therefore is the personal lapse savings. Now, the second point I want to make is that Delegate Crotty, you were asking about the fringe benefits. Now, when the CR was first passed, remember it essentially basically just carries forward the 24 budget and the rates and schedules. So the 24 fringe benefit rate was about 42+%. Okay, 43+%. But the 25 fringe is 37%. So in the CR resolution, there's also a paragraph in the provision that allows the controller as well as OEB in consultation with relevant authorities to make certain judgment calls to best fit the situation. And that's done typically because everything involving the CR, you can never cover everything. So, as was reported in a prior meeting to the BNF committee in October, we made that decision along with DHR, DPM to use the 37% fringe benefit rate. And that's what Ms. Toddy reported. That's the information that she used to compile her data. Now, the reason that decision was made is obviously it's cheaper. 37% is less than 42%. And secondly, the 37% is more applicable to 25 fiscal year 25. So if we continue to use the 42%, we're essentially not spending all of the allocated funds. So down the road at some point, we would have to deal with that. So again, we are using the 37.33% pursuant to the language of the continuing resolution. And then my first point was that the funding for the GWA 25 at 4% is the personal life savings, along with the number of other allocations. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Chairwoman Everett,
Yes, thank you. Mr. Mayor, can you provide that fringe rate again? So like I have the continuous residence that's at 35%. We could follow up on why that was recommended, but that was 35% to the CR. So what's needed?
Okay, let me be a little bit more specific. The continuing resolution as enacted approved the 24 rates. The 24 rate for fringe benefits for regular employees is 43.88%.
43.38.
0.38, excuse me. However, the fringe benefit rate that was developed and issued by the controller ultimately was 37.33% for fiscal year 25. So you see, if we used the 24, it would have been more expensive. And then furthermore, it's not realistic because the rates are higher than the finally determined fiscal year 25 rate. So therefore, it was logical in our mind to use the 37.33%. So we save everybody some funds that way, and it's more realistic. And we made that determination using the CR resolution language that authorizes OOC and OMB in consultation with appropriate authorities to make that judgment and that decision. And that memo, along with several others, were provided to the BNF committee in October. Madam Chair.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Biel, I appreciate, that update. I'm still, and I'll review the memo, I still don't understand, and I understand the. You know, there was authority allocated on what, so I'm not understanding why you would reduce the rate. But if you feel that that's a more realistic number, then we would have to determine. Maybe in the future that that's the more realistic number that we should budget moving forward. I think that would be. The second thing that I wanted to ask in terms of. How the GWA is used in programs. It looks like, and I'm gonna focus on your program when you presented, there wasn't a budget item for salary adjustment. But if I could recall, you mentioned that you use your vacant positions and transfer or modify your budget for those salary adjustments. So I'm gonna ask chairs, how do we, that, to me, that doesn't give the committee or the nation correct numbers and what we need to help support our personnel. If programs are moving money before the fourth quarter. So I would want to see what type of reporting we would need to request so that we could at least notify those programs that they should be budgeting salary adjustments. So that there's a clear trail that employees are receiving that benefit. And then we would anticipate next year, we would have to cover that cost, right? Because it's a new salary cost. And I think that would give us a better picture in terms of, especially when programs are recommending their budgets. As I would like to see, I know our legislative council stepped out, but something that I brought up was we should at the very least make sure all of our currently filled positions are budgeted at their current rate with their current salary. And we don't know that unless it's documented somewhere, because I've been seen on the budget, like vacant positions I can understand, but when you have employees who are there, they should be budgeted. And that's what we saw, that's what I was asking with Connie in terms of your current status, because we did see the Division of Human Resources not fully budget. We were there in that conversation, not fully budget for your employees. And that's something that I don't think is a good budget practice. If we have funding that could be available to fully meet your needs. And I think that's why we're looking at the 3-branch chief allocation. And we might look at if there needs to be a legislative fix to mandate that employees. And I'm just looking at the employees that I would say like full-time employees, or we would have that conversation, that that's almost like a fixed cost that I'm looking at. Like this is the amount of money that we would need to give to each program to meet the needs of their current employees, so that there's no notices that they'll be terminated, or no notices that they don't have a budget. I know that we're talking about an employee union, and I haven't heard too much about how that union will help support employees, but I hope that's also part of the discussion, where we can use this budget to be as employee friendly as possible. So at least our employees know that they would be notified in a timely way if the budget is not available in the future. Because there's, in my opinion, in looking at that fixed cost, we do have that budget, so I would want to continue to recommend that. So Chair, that's something that I wanted to discuss with the committee, as I know that we haven't met with the 3-branch chiefs in a few months, or it's been a few months. So that could be a discussion that we talk about as a committee and with our colleagues, is how do we make sure those budgets are secured, and that might just be the fixed cost, but that the nation needs to assume that they will cover the cost of the employee. Because if there's a change in the status of the employee, there's a whole process the employee has, you know, in terms of, instead of just getting a 2-week notice, they have rights, and I would like to see that in the budget. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairwoman. Councilor Crowdy. The, a little bit to go back on the questions that you posed about the 43.3% compared to the 37.33%, I believe, and I'm looking through the resolution, I believe we approved that through the budget instruction manual. So this committee did take action on approving at least a 37.33 amount for the projected comprehensive budget for FY 25. So when the continuing resolution came into effect, the revenues that we as a nation received, we still receive those revenues. But I guess the determination whether the Office of Management and Budget, the Division of Human Resources took that, I would look up the continuing resolution right now and try to find that language, or ask Office of Legislative Counsel to where they would be authorized to utilize the FY 25 BIM approved fringe benefit to save the nation money. I guess that makes logical sense of where they would draw that information from, but otherwise, I think that's where maybe Office of Management and Budget is pulling that information. But to that, I think to improve the budgeting process for our employees, we could always modify that in the budget instruction manual and have that part of a discussion with future BIMs or this current BIM when we're looking at the comprehensive budget to ensure that the employees, that the departments, divisions and programs budget specifically for those salary adjustments and bonuses and increases through the BIM. So that doesn't get taken out, as you're saying, and adjusted throughout the year. I think it would also save ONZ a lot of headache in those budget revisions and transfers. So those are my comments down, but those are the points, Mr. Tati. As we discuss the comprehensive budget, we'll take a closer look at those items. Question?
Just on that point, I was reviewing the continuing resolution and that special situation section, like where the controller, I think, OMB are authorized to take administrative actions. It speaks to, I think, the adjustments and the employee benefits and things like that. So I was kind of curious, 'cause I wanted to see what precisely Mr. Burrell was talking about. And we only speak to 24 in terms of this, whether it's programs or entities that receive 100% of their FY 25 allocation. They were directed to use 25. This is obviously a 50% allocation.
Oh, are you listening? I gotta be in this meeting.
Yes, further comments or questions? Call for questions. All right, here again, members of the committee, we'll go to a vote on the report. Label FY 2025 GWA Fund 2 General Fund Programs. This is the report for today, but I know the committee is interested in continuing this discussion to our future budget and finance committee meetings. But to this report, Chairwoman Everett Nestor Crowdy, how do you vote?
Shanisha, I vote green, thank you.
Thank you, Chairwoman Everett Nestor Crowdy votes green. Delegate Lester Yasi, how do you vote? Delegate Lester Yasi votes green. Vice Chair Carl Slater, how do you vote?
Green.
Vice Chairman Carl Slater votes green. With that, we have 3 in favor, 1 member excused, myself not voting. The motion carried. So we have accepted the report for today. Thank you to the Division of Human Resources, the Office of Management and Budget, Office of the Controller, and everyone who's working on mitigating, trying to resolve the GWA for this year and the comprehensive budget. We look forward to the future discussions. Thank you. Okay, we'll move on to our next report, which is the Agriculture Infrastructure Fund, AIF financial report. Our presenter today will be Mr. Sean McCabe, and we also have Mr. Robert Willie present as well. Yeah, okay. Mr. Coffey sent out the report at 11:39 a.m. Mr. Willie did send that over to Mr. Cassie earlier this morning, so we'll hand the floor over to the office of the controller. But I also wanted to say for the record that we do have Delegate Otto Stowe and also Delegate Stephen Arvizo here at our meeting. Thank you all for being here. So we'll hand the floor over to the office of the controller for the AIF financial report.
Okay, thank you, Shinata, Chair Parrish. By way of introduction, my name is Sean McCabe. I'm the controller of the Navajo Nation. And my clients are Pashini Nishla and Pachitni Bashas Chin. Here today, Madam Chair, members of the committee, to present what we feel is a more or less comprehensive look at the performance of the AIF since inception of 2017. So Mr. Willie generated a report that I reviewed yesterday evening. We got it out to the committee this morning. And I think what we're trying to accomplish here, Shinata, is to give you all a real good look at, what the ins and outs of the fund are, how it's funded, what we're paying, really the benefits that have gone out. As you all know, there's a lot of attention right now to the former carrier of the insurance policy, or at least the consultant. And we're trying to give a decent look at where this fund really stands. So what we're presenting today, and we apologize, that it came to you so late without a chance to really review it. We'll go through it thoroughly today, however. But what we're presenting to you today is, in each column is a fiscal year. So starting with fiscal year 2017, which was the inception of the program, and going through 2024. We present to you the components of income that the fund has earned over time, and then the components of expenditures. And I'll highlight some things that I noticed for your attention. And then on the second page, toward the bottom is the balance sheet. We'll let you guys know exactly kind of where the balance sheet sits, fund balance, where the money sits, which is basically in investments, and we'll go from there. I'll start with kind of a high level view. Then maybe turn it over to the committee for questions, and Mr. Willie here is here to provide more detail into some of the line items if needed. So we'll start, Shinata, with the income components, which is basically the top 1/4 of the report. You can see that beginning in 2020, the fund began earning investment income. The first year, 127,000. 2021, it had investment income of 37,000. 2022, 192,000. And those of you who listen in on the investment committee reports and kind of reports coming out of our annual meeting, you'll know that the market kind of rebounded, and then now we're seeing investment returns in 2023 of 2.7 million and 4.17 million in 2024 to date. For prior year. We don't know to date yet. The second part is the program revenue. So this is the revenue that the policy actually brings into the Navajo Nation. The benefit, I guess you could say, from it. 2017, there was no benefit, but really no expenditures either. That was the inception of the program. 2018, we saw 17.4 million in program revenue. 2019, we saw 19.2. And then these middle years, you see a pretty significant increase in income. So in 2020, we see 30.749 million. 2021 was our best year at 53.9 million. 2022, 30,094,000. And then it kind of drops back to pre-2020 levels in 2023. Program income in 2023 is 19.526 million. And in 2024, 16.52. So overall revenue for the program was roughly 194 million. That includes investment in 194.885 million, which includes program income and investment income. The next component, Shinata, just below that is the components of expenses that come out of the fund. The top one being personnel. You can see there were no personnel expenses up to 2019. But starting in 2020, we had 300,000, 2021, 625,000, 2022, 883,000. And then a pretty significant jump between 2023 and 2024. 2023 reporting 1.2 million and 2024 reporting 1.5 million. The components of that personnel expense is in the report, starting with permanent employees, temporary, some small stipends, some overtime, small holiday pay, merits and bonuses, and then the fringe benefits on that income, all per year. You can review that detail there. The second component is travel expenses for the fund. Again, beginning in 2017 through 2019, there were none, but beginning in 2020, 7,000 in travel and expenses, 25 in 2021, 25,000, 46,000 in 2022, 94,000 in 2023, and 103,000 in 2024. The next component of expenses, should not die, is supplies for the fund. 369,000 in 2020, 800,000 in 2021, 280,000 in 2022, 488 in 2023, and 448 in 2024. There is some rental expense under lease and rental. You see the detail there. The next one are small amounts for communications, 2,800 in 2020, 4,300 in 2021. 3,400 in 2022, 18,000 in 2023, and back to 4,000 in 24. We did have some what looks like repairs and maintenance to plant, property, and equipment. Those amounts totaled 852,000 in 2020, 531,000 in 2021, 208,000 in 2022. 133,000 in 2023, and 522,000 in 2024. I think the next line item is contractual services, and there is one kind of outlier that I'll bring your attention to, but you can see contractual services started off in 2019 at 34,000. It rose to 749,000 in 2020, 660,000 in 2021. And then it ballooned in 2022 to 3.2 million. And in 2023, 3.5 million. And then 77,000 in 2024. But my guess is we might be missing a number there that might creep in as we continue to close out 2024. Otherwise, that number fell to 77,000. But 2022, 23 ballooned upwards of 3 million, over 3 million to 3.5 million. When I'm done, maybe Rob can help us understand what's in that other contractual service line. The next line item is the special transaction. You can see the biggest one on this is the insurance and benefits expense, which I believe, Rob, am I correct that this is the amount that should be paid back to Hisson for the insurance premium, or what's that line item?
Members of the committee, I believe that it was paid out of the agriculture infrastructure fund during those years. Previously, it was being paid out of the Hisson, but they'd have to reimburse the agriculture infrastructure would have to reimburse the Hisson. So I'm assuming that that's what that is, but I can double check and we can clarify that to the committee.
Thank you, Rob. So you can see that line item has 0 from 2017 to 2019. But then beginning in 2020, it goes to 16.2 million, 17.3 in 2021, 19.5 in 2022, 19.7 in 2023, and then back to 13,129 in 2024. Here's again where I'll assume we haven't made that premium payment yet for 2024, or something that should have been booked in 2024. And that might be a missing number there, but we'll verify that. And that gets us to a gross margin for each year. In 2018, we had 17.4 million in revenue, but no expenditures. So the gross margin, or kind of net income before assistance, was the 17.4. In 2019, that gross margin was 19.1. In 2020, it was 12.233. 2021, 33.7 million, driven mostly by that big program revenue number of 53.9 million. And then as program revenue kind of starts falling off in 2022 through 2024, we actually see a $5.8 million net positive margin of 5.8 million, and then a loss of 3.2 million in 2023. In 2024, currently, there's a net revenue of 17.6, but if there is a premium to be in there of around 18, 19 million, that number might fall to a loss. But we'll verify that at some point. And then the assistance that's actually gone out to the public, you'll see in 2022, 29,000 in public assistance. 2021, there was 41,000. 2022, there was 273,000, and then we made $4 million in grants in 2022 for a total of 4.2 million in public assistance. 2023, the public assistance went to 2.392 million, and in 2024, it was 3.144, and then 100,000 in grants for a total of 3.2 million in benefits. Moving on down to the second page, you see the operating income line item after all of those disbursements for public assistance. And now you start to see net income before capital outlay in 2018 of 17.4 million, 2019 of 19.1 million, 2020 of 12.2 million. And again, the banner year was 2021. We had 33 million in net income that year. 2022 net income fell to 1.5 million. And then 2023 there was a net loss of 5.6. 2024 again currently shows a net income of 4.3 million, but we're still trying to figure out if that premium payment is in there or not somewhere. My guess is it's not, but we'll verify that. And lastly, Shinita, there's a line after operating income for capital outlay. Beginning in 2020, the fund made $1.3 million in personnel property capital outlay, 800,000 in 2021, 1.5 million in 2022, 415,000 in 2023, and 512,000 in 2024. And at the very bottom, there's a net income line. You can see the first 5 years of the program were very healthy. Net income lines ranging between 10.8 million in 2020 and 32.6 million in 2021. There's a net loss in 2022 of 567,000, a net loss in 2023 of 6.2, and 2024 currently shows net income of 13.8 million. But again, we don't know where that policy payment is yet. So could significantly change that loss once we figure that out. Lastly, Shinita, is the balance sheet. I'll draw your attention to the top line in investments. So all the money in the fund is currently invested. So it started in 2020. So really that net income between 2018 and 2019, that 17 and that 19.1, that's what fueled this investment balance in 2020 of 35.9 million. Keep in mind, those first 2 years, there was revenue, but no expenses. So I don't know if those expenses were coded somewhere else or there simply wasn't any expenses that year. That drove the investment balance to 35.9 million in 2020. Then the investment balance grew in 2021 to 54.3. Investment balance in 2022 is 61,026,000. 2023 investment balance of 70.4 million. And 2024, the balance is basically $84 million at the end of last fiscal year. There are some interfund receivables that kind of go fluctuate up and down. There's some prepaid expenses that are also on the books. There's very little liabilities by comparison, the biggest being accruals in 2023 of 3.7 million and 2024 of 3.6. And that results in the fund balance that you see at the bottom there. Right now, the fund balance of the fund as of the end of fiscal year 2024 is 83.1 million, which is basically that 83.996 in investments. And then what we present to you at the bottom is, as Rob mentioned, the Citizen Fund actually at some point was funding this on behalf of the AIF. And those expenditures weren't necessarily captured in the AIF, but remained in the Citizen. So at the bottom, you see in 2017, and I'll let Rob explain to you why some of these are positive and some of these are negative, but my understanding is the arrangement with CKP was such that we were paying based on the net. So they would figure out what the premium should be, what the benefit was. If the benefit was above the premium, then we paid the difference. If the benefit was above the premium, we got the money. So I don't know how that accounting worked in the past, but that's kind of how my understanding. In 2017, the Citizen Fund contributed 16.3 million to the Agriculture and Infrastructure Fund. In 2018, it contributed 20.3. There was a return of money to the Citizen in 2019 of 24.5. 2020 through 21 through 2023, there was 0 from Citizen, and then in 2024, we've so far made in 2024, we made a net payment to the premium of 3.7 million. The total of that is roughly $24 million that has come from Citizen to the fund. So if you look at that 87 million in fund balance, really 24 million of that is contributions from Citizen. And should actually be reflected, I think, in the Agriculture and Infrastructure Fund, but isn't yet to date. We can't go back and change these years 2023 to 2017 because they've been audited. But I think going forward, any net payments to any kind of a premium, we would probably transfer money from Citizen to AIF to properly reflect it in the fund balance. And then again, just items for you to consider, Shinata. Those are the numbers, but always remember in 2024, it doesn't look like any kind of a premium payment is reflected yet or accrual. So that could be anywhere between 16 and 19 million. It doesn't look like there was one in 2019 either. So wherever those two payments came from might drop the fund balance by about 38 million as well, between the two, depending on what those premiums were for that year. I guess in summary, Shinata, just based on what we see and what we know, the program in and of itself, it's netted so far $87.1 million on behalf of the Navajo Nation. But of that, 15.7 came from Citizen. And again, we still don't know. There may be a $38 million premium, one in 2019, and maybe one in 2024 that's not reflected. So you take all that into account, roughly 55 million. The fund maybe has made us, assuming there's a premium in there somewhere, which there had to have been. It looks like the fund has returned back to the Navajo Nation roughly $32 million over 7 years. So I don't know, what is that? 5.2 million a year, maybe. And the benefits have been total to the public of about $10 million. So I know we're into a new agreement with a new company. I honestly don't know how that contract is written. We did go through a 164 on it. We did determine it to be RFP'd correctly. That was our main focus at OOC. The contract and how that works was all up to DOJ. I did talk to Heather Claw on the contract. I was pretty comfortable, I think, by the way they handled it, but I guess any questions on the contract for the new native lands, I guess you could direct those toward DOJ. My understanding is it's not even really a contract, it's a memorandum of understanding or memorandum of agreement as to how they're going to administer this program on behalf of the Navajo Nation going forward. One other key point I'd like to make is keep in mind, Shinata, that Native Lands is not the underwriter of the program. There's actually an insurance policy. None of the policy in and of itself hasn't changed from my knowledge. I think at some point in the future, if Native Lands decides that we should change the policy, we would RFP that and then select a different policy. Native Lands is acting, I'm not going to say as our agent, but basically administering the program on our behalf. So when you think of this crop insurance, there's two components, as there was with CKP. There was CKP, as kind of the, I guess, the consultant or the administrator of the program. Then there was the actual policy. The policy is what costs the big $19 million. That's the policy that we pay. It's a whole different company. I can't remember who the policy's through, but we can get that information. And simply what the executive side has done is they've taken CKP out as the administrator, put native lands, and nothing's changed on the policy side as far as I know. But that's the report, Shinata, as far as what we see in FMIS. It has proven to be at least a moneymaker over 7 years. It's not, I think, what we were thinking before, you know, it's made us $100 and some million. It's really probably more like, you know, again, if assuming those two premiums should be in there somewhere, it's probably more like 40, 55, 87, about 22 million over 7 years. So I can pretty comfortably say we're not losing money on it. And it is a benefit, I think, to our ranchers. I won't, you know, minimize that benefit. And also keep in mind, just based on this report, we had 3 banner years between 2020 and 2022 in program revenue. And then it dropped the last 2 years. So I don't know what the future is going to hold, but a lot of the contribution to the 87 million in fund balance basically came from those first 2018 through 2022. Well, actually through 2021. Because in 2018 and 2019, we had $37 million in revenue, but no expenses. So that just basically went right to investment. And then in 2020, all of a sudden, the program revenue jumped to 30.7 million. And then a huge number in 2021 of around 54 million, but then it has steadily dropped since 2021. So I'm not an expert at all by what these premiums pay us, and but it just based on the numbers, it looks like we had a really good 3 years and then 2 years right at the beginning where there were no expenses. And that's what contributed mostly to what's in that $87 million fund balance. Since then, we did have a loss in 2023. And 2024 right now shows a net income, but if there is a premium in there somewhere that's not reflected in here, which I've got to say there probably is, that 13.8 million in net income could become about a $6 million loss. That's the report as the numbers are shown in FMIS, and I know that's where we got these numbers, and Robert Woolley did prepare the report. I reviewed it and open for any questions, Sharon.
Thank you, Mr. McCabe. Mr. Willie, do you have any other comments to the report?
In addition to what Mr. McCabe did bring up, the $3.5 million in other contractual services, that was payment to a contractor for the annual fair. And I believe that might be in FY22 also. And that's why those two amounts are so big. Also, he was saying that there might have been a policy payment for 24. That's a policy payment that took place in November. I don't recall the dollar amount, but I'm assuming that'll get accrued back into this fund for that year. So it will probably reduce the net income of that 17 million that's sitting in there. Also, there's no expenses in this fund starting until 2020. And the reason was the RDC needed to approve projects. So RDC CAU-74-18 was the first set of projects where I believe year 1 and 2, and then they processed another one just recently for the next set of years. So RDC is the one that's responsible for reviewing the projects and getting those approved. Also, the CEJASIN, the reason it's paying for the premiums, I guess, back when this fund was first starting, they needed money to pay for the premiums to start up the program. So that initial $19 million was reserved, and it was paid out. There is a provision in the fund management plan of the AIF that says that a certain dollar amount needs to be reserved to pay back the CEJASIN. And we've been reserving that amount, without the, RDC approval because it was a part of the fund management plan. I'd have to break down those numbers. My computer does not like your network, so it's not working right now. But I can get you those numbers also. And if you notice in FY 24, that column on the second page, where you look at the balance sheet, it'll have a breakdown of unreserved, which is 61 million, committed, and that should say assigned. So those dollar amounts are the reserves for the budget and the amounts that are being saved to pay back the Sahasen. So Controller McCabe was correct that Sahasen is supplementing the expense. I guess they're taking care of it on that side. But council did approve CAP-16-24, which reduced the amount that the Sahasen is going to pay, and I believe that the AIF fund is supposed to upfront the money up to a certain dollar amount, and then after that, the Sahasen will take care of that. So those are my additional comments to that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Willie. Members of the committee, is there a motion to accept the report? Motion by Chairwoman Amber Kness-McCarty. Do you have a second? Second by Vice Chair Tara Slater. Members of the committee, are there questions? Chairwoman Amber Kness-McCarty.
Yes, thank you, I appreciate it, thank you, Controller and Acting or Deputy Controller, Mr. Willie. So, following this, let's see, what are we calling it, Agriculture Infrastructure Fund? Navajo Nation back in 2017, 2016, this was brought to the nation as a recommendation because there was a congressional change that allowed tribal, my understanding is tribal trust land to participate because this is a federal program. So we didn't have, the nation didn't have any previous data to look at how this program would be implemented on the Navajo Nation. But this program has been around, is my understanding, so there's people in the field that have some expertise in this federal program. Is there a way, Controller, that you could assist the committee or a request that we look for a third party individual to review the numbers so that we are understanding the dynamics of what our data is telling us? Because I wrote right here, the internal accounting, and that's where I'm concerned. If we, the role then of the company, I'm just gonna say the company because of all the things that are happening. The role of the company to do this internal accounting and then let us know how much we receive. That's something that's a red flag to me. I don't know if that's normal because I'm not sure how we, like for the investment committee, when we bring in the different investment managers, they're giving us what, last 5 years, next year projections, some of these things. I don't see that in the discussion when it comes to agriculture and infrastructure fund for Navajo Nation. Predominantly, we focused on what did we receive and then what programs are we gonna push out. But I think for this committee and for myself, if I could get someone to help me understand that dynamic, a third party. I've seen a report from the previous company, and I believe I've seen a report on this new company. I'm not sure because there's been a lot of activity in terms of who can provide Navajo Nation with the most opportunity. So for these years, 2023, 2024, my question was, then what changed? And what changed after these banner years? Was it the weather projection or how they're, I need to look at that to compare. I know the nation is unique, but if we could just get someone, and I think the challenge for us is this is a very boutique or very niche kind of investment, or not investment, insurance. And so if there's some entity out there that at least can look at it and give us a third party review, I think that would be helpful. And I think as a committee, after 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 years, at least since we still have some money in there, like what then is going to be the plan and how the nation then is moving forward to then say our, because I'm thinking like how the investment committee at a certain point, like RBK will say like, okay, well, they're not meeting the projection, right? They're not meeting the threshold. And then you're like, okay, then we'll tell this manager and, you know, I don't really see us doing that for agriculture infrastructure fund. And so I just want to know if there's a third party that can help us with that conversation. So at least I can understand the dynamics. Especially in terms of, if this is so volatile and that we do have ranchers and farmers who may have been felt like they're gonna be sustained through this program, because I'm not sure how the Department of Ag is providing that information out to the community. So we would also need to make sure that what does this look like? And is it gonna be a future liability to Navajo Nation? Or is there an expectation if we continue to see these years like in reduction, then again, how are they gonna provide that service? So I think I would want to see that just to have some sustainability. And then if the programs that are being funded are reasonable, because I did hear Mr. Willie mention the fair. So just, is that the contracting money, the $3 million contracting money? Because I also think, Chair, we should know what is the intent of this federal funding. And it's my understanding the intent is to assist. Well, it's hard because of the status of the land, but basically Navajo Nation. And this is to help those individuals who, or it's to help Navajo Nation mediate the drought response. So I think we also need to compare if some of this funding then is actually providing those resources to mitigate the drought conditions, because we're in a mega drought. It's 25 years. And I mean, I take walks every day. I see cattle, livestock out there. I don't even know what they're eating because it's literally this short, right? The vegetation out there, and they're eating, you know, sagebrush, saltbrush. They're trying just to survive on anything. And I think we'll to compare that with this millions of dollars that we have in this fund, this is what it's intended to do. And I'm not seeing that on the ground. So again, what do we see from Window Rock to on the ground individual producers so that we can conserve and provide and mediate? But so I would also like to get additional information on the intent of the funding so that we can just see, and we would have to probably work with resource and development since they are the oversight that's approving these programs, this funding, and then just justify how they see that plan. But I think in the criminal justice world, what we're doing is looking at data. And if we're investing all of this money, then we look at crime data, right? We look at data, do we see a reduction? We haven't really seen data from the Department of Ag if these programs are making an impact so that we could see some mitigation. So we should have like best practices by now after 7 years. And maybe that's like management or co-ops. I know we've tried to help individual ranchers who are purchasing grazing provisions at NAPI that comes at their cost. So I think that's what I would want to know from that. I think the only question right now that the controller can answer is, can we find a third party person? It's very warm in here, that if we could get someone to monitor that. And the second thing is if this consultant for the, I was about to say flea market, for the road, not road, what is that called? The fair. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. I'll go back to Controller McCabe and Mr. Willie.
Thank you, Chair Crotty. Yeah, thank you, and thank you, Chair Parrish. Yeah. So yeah, if those are the answers you're looking for, ma'am, I would definitely get a third party. I'm by no means an expert in any of this. I hardly understand it myself, really. I know the basics and I know the numbers, but as far as how they predict and how that's done, I really don't know. I would, I guess, recommend if that's the answers you're looking for, that a third party consultants.
Thank you, Mr. McCabe. Chair Crotty, do you have any-
I just wanted to verify that consultant for the fair. I just need to know, so I've seen on fiscal year 2022, 3.2 million, and then 2023, 3.5 million.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So for FY 23, I believe it was part of the plan that RDC did pass, so I know for sure that was contractual services for the vendor that prepared the fair. For the FY 22, I'd actually have to look that up to see how that one was paid and what fund it was paid out of to make sure, or which business unit it was paid out of, and see if there was an actual contract for that, and if it was for the fair. Thank you.
Chairs, these are when I'm gonna go back to staff is, I know we open up the windows, but remember Slater said, when you open up the windows, it messes up our system. So where's Miss Ida? Is she still with the committee? I would want her to be with us to continue. I know things are changing. Is she just off today?
Madam Chair, Friday, currently Miss Ida's out on leave until 1 PM, so she'll be here at 1.
Okay, can you just have staff, maybe Mr. Moses, or someone can just tell them to change that? Because I know when we start messing with it, it breaks down. Yeah. Okay, and then, my second question is, this is going back to the whole sheet fiasco. I would need to know from the controller, what entity finally paid out those 4 sheets for like 170,000? Someone, and I never verified that, was this one used as a contractor? So I would just need to know how we address that liability, and it can be done later.
Thank you, Mr. Willie, Mr. McKay.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Chair. We don't think it's been paid yet, at least not from us.
Let's do it today or tomorrow or something, right?
What's that?
Let's do the premium payment, like today or tomorrow.
No, you're talking about
Oh,
the,
I'm so sorry.
Oh, the sheet.
yeah.
I was gonna ask about the premium.
Haven't paid.
Okay, so I'm not sure. So then I guess that's a good question is, and do we know when are we gonna know when the premium's paid? And what's that timeline? Because I don't have the facts as a third party. I just would want you to get that information to the committee. Again, because going back to the potential. I'm seeing this as is it a potential or an opportunity that we're losing? Or is it gonna be, if we're not participating in this program?
Your face.
Chair, and there was a premium paid in November. We'll get you the amount.
Okay.
The dilemma is, it's probably needs to be accrued back to the proper year, because we're in 2025.
Yeah.
There's probably due in 2024, but paid in 2025. So it's not reflected here. It was paid. We just need to move it.
Okay.
And we'll let you know the number.
How that works, though, right? You basically commit the amount and you can like only you owe it to them. That's-
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the one.
At this point, I don't trust any information that we've received. That's why I just want the third party.
Yeah.
Because I've gone to a lot of the presentations and we gotta travel everywhere. And it just, I'll say I've always been the one who's been very. That's suspicious and dead.
We'll get you the premium payment amount.
Sure.
It's not stupid.
Start that.
Sure.
Thank you, thank you for this report, committee members, I think. Because there's some potential legal implications, and we're gonna admit what I would like to say. But I agree a lot with Delegate Crowley and Montreal. And it's my hope that the program would be here too to provide a report with the controller, because this is good, but. Based off the information that they've been able to get, I'm going through my emails, getting reports from AG and CKP and others, and trying to line it up with this FMIS report. Particularly the payments for the fairground improvements or maintenance or renovation or whatever that was, because there is something I think in the enabling legislation and maybe in the fund management plan that they allow to be interpreted to make that an eligible expense, and it's in the reports. I mean, literally there's a line item right there. But the program is designed to provide financial protection or assistance for loss of, forage. And, you know, we're essentially taking it from one purpose and putting it to another. I really don't agree with that. But for a third party, I guess my question to Delia Crowdy is, do you want a third party to the controller or an advisor to the controller or to the committee? Or if we're gonna be considering, you know, this next fiscal year budget or current fiscal year budget, completing it, trying to design that. Because really, this entity was supposed to be like the advisor to the nation on everything. I'll kind of limit my comments there, but, you know. I agree, we need to have someone else so we can wrap our heads through. So that's my only question to you right now. But
Thank you, Vice Chair Slater. I'm sorry.
I want to thank the Department of Health for providing nutrition to us. I appreciate it. With that being said, I would want, as long as the controller doesn't feel like there's a conflict, I haven't seen anything where the controller is a part of a recent discussion. So I feel comfortable at this point, controller looking for a third party through like a directive from the committee, because our funds are all held up because we have the line item veto. And, I mean, I just received an email right now, almost like asking for donations. So our role as a committee has also been limited from the line item veto. And I think that's something we need to look at as the committee who has this fiduciary duty. We're not able to look at some of these issues because of our funding being limited. So I would ask right now with the controller, understanding the limitation of his funding because of the CR. And this might be unmet need or something that we would need to move forward to try to get some idea of what would that cost be to have this third party analysis moving forward. Thank you, Trent.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I'll work with the committee on a third party if that's what the wish is. Yeah.
I think after well, let me ask what the committee's coming to. You want to include a directive and accepting the report or do a directive afterwards? Because the proposed directive I'm thinking of is asking the controller to work with the Department of Ag to source out some potential advisors and then come back and report to us on what these types of folks are. Like, are there independent consultants who, you know, don't have any financial skin in the game, but advise ranchers and landowners how to do this? Or is it basically the universe is everybody has skin in the game and they're trying to sell you policies or advise you on this or that? And then we could look at a way of contracting then with the controllers on this. Because to me, the AIF, I mean, really any of our funds, they're governed by an investment policy at the end of the day too, and how they're held. So I would like to think that, you know, there's a certain amount of investment income that is made available for consulting and advising to the nation. And that, to me, should be an eligible source to help support something like this, if not the AIF funding itself. So I think there's a way to bring someone on relatively quickly if we can get that. And then included in the directive is after consulting with RDC, so I don't want to step on their toes. They probably have some good ideas too. Well, who has the motion and the second? I think I have the second.
Chair Crowdy has the motion and then Vice Chair Slater has the second. Vice Chair Slater, I also want to add to the commentary that I'm looking at the fund management plan for this particular fund. Mr. Willie, do you know the fund management resolution number at all?
Not offhand, I have all the resolution numbers, but I don't have descriptions of them.
Okay, to the committee, I'm looking it up. I don't know, maybe we can verify with Office of Legislative Services later, but it'd be interesting to take a deeper look at that fund management plan. And see what parameters we can kind of clarify, taking a look at better analyzing how these funds could be used and how we can create some some further, financial, fiscally responsible kind of stock gaps and just making sure there's a reporting mechanism part of that too. But those are my main comments, Vice Chair. Vice Chair Slater, are you asking the motion party to modify the motion for a directive?
Sure, my request to modify is to include a directive to the controller to work with the Department of Ag and source some potential advisors or consultants for nation in concert with BFC and RBC.
Oh, a question? Oh, go ahead.
Madam Chair, Paris, members of Budget and Finance Committee, I just want to point out that for 2 NSC section 189B, it does state that all approved directives shall be memorialized in writing and signed by the presiding officer and provided to the office of the president and the affected divisions within 3 calendar days of the committee approval. So how we've done it with budget, how we did it in the past with resources and all the community, we added on to the agenda and provided in writing for approval. As it does require approval, by still majority of all community member votes. So if you would want this on the agenda for the directive, we need to make an amendment to this approved agenda and add on to new business as item D, or we can wait until the December 27th or 17th regular meeting and have that on the agenda. Then I would leave that up to the
Vice Chair Slater.
Chief Legislative Council, do you believe it needs to be a separate item, or can it be included, can a directive be included in the acceptance of the report if you modify the acceptance motion?
Today's what they're figuring that out, I'm gonna follow up.
Chairwoman?
Chair, so you're asking me to modify? Can you help me understand why you want Department of Ag to be part of the discussion? It just seems like they're also centered in this ongoing issue. So can we ask controller what kind of support he would need, and if Department of Ag would, like, if they're gonna be the subject matter experts on fire, I would just need that concurrent control.
Vice Chair Slater, if you wanna.
I guess my thought was they need advisement. It's really hard to talk about without leveling accusation or allegation. So.
I would just give the floor to the controller first. Mr. Sean McCabe, how do you advise the committee?
2 things, Madam Chair. One, Auditor General is listening, and she said there is a performance review schedule. So that could be part of it. And then secondly, you know what, let me maybe poke around with our current advisors like Sovereign, and maybe they could point me in a direction that might help, and I can get back to the committee on that.
Chair, I'd like to withdraw the directive and the controllers can make us on this in the intervening period of the 17th. I just asked for a follow-up for it. Thank you.
Great. Moving forward with that. Okay, thank you. I have no other questions. Mr. Taki, we'll just do a follow-up report. But Michelle, do you want to clarify?
Okay, so the directives would need to be written out to the committee, included in the acceptance of the report. That it's a directive in response to the report. I think it can be included in the approval of the report, but it would just have to be written out as a directive. And it could be done separately as well.
Okay. Thank you. Mrs. Listino, for clarifying that. All right, we will meet with the controller on his future advisement on the infrastructure fund. And then to the committee, the title of RGAU 7418 is an action relating to the research and development and the budget assignment, approving and adapting the agriculture infrastructure fund development plan as mandated by the PSN capital range and board expenditure plan enacted by CO 5716 and amended by CNY 5418. In case you all want to do some reading, that's RDC AU 7418. And I'll have a question for Office of Legislative Counsel after this. Members of the committee, if there are no further questions, everyone ready to vote? All right, so we're gonna vote on the report, Chairwoman Everett Green, thank you. Chairwoman Everett votes green, Delegate Lestriadi votes green, Vice Chairman Carl Slater sends vote.
Green.
Vice Chairman Carl Slater votes green. That is, 3 in favor, 1 member is pleased, myself not voting, the motion carries. We have, accepted the report today from the controller. We look forward to continuing working with the controller on this topic. Thank you, Mr. Willie and Mr. McKee.
Thank you.
Okay, members of the committee, we are now at old business. Before we begin, I'd like to check with the Office of Legislative Counsel on the status of all amendments for legislation that the committee will be considering. I know there is an amendment on legislation 1, 2, 3, 4, also 24824, and that's it. What is the status of this?
Yeah, but I'm not gonna need
If you want to do a separate legislation, okay, I mean, there's still money there. I would like to move it.
Yeah, I think we can move it out, but we need. Yeah.
Yeah.
1, 2, 3, 4. What about 24824?
Robbie said there's a technical correction because of the title or something, because it says interior for the HHS, but it's a HHS, it's really a contract.
Okay. Wanted to, we're good, some of them, and
So, in regards to 1, 2, 3, 2, 4, I spoke to the sponsor of the legislation and also to Delegate Carney and, the controller, and it's going to take more time to, and research and so forth to get that amendment done, and so, I would recommend that, we go ahead, or that the committee go ahead and proceed with the legislation that's before them. And if Delegate Carney wants to continue with, her request for the COVID funds to, also be used to reimburse other chapters in the 5 agencies, if we could have a legislation request, and then we can work on it, because it may involve having to waive prior like the fund management plan, and possibly, but I don't think so, but it is possible it may have to amend prior resolution, including one before the nomination council. So the Office of Legislative Counsel would like more time to work on that issue. And but as a result of the need out in the chapters and the fact that there's still a large amount of funding in that fund, I think it's something, you know, that should be pursued, and we'll go ahead and work on it with Delegate Bobby if she wants to go ahead and continue with that. Great. In regards to the other amendment, I believe the Department of Health addressed that as well. I think it was a simple amendment that I know OLC did provide to the committee. I'm not sure. Social services. Sorry. I'm not sure if Mr. Toggy has a copy of that amendment that we provided from OLC. You do have it?
Yeah, I said that. Okay, we're doing for children and family services.
sorry.
It's okay.
I'm learning.
ECFS.
It's water related, I think.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, thank you. Mrs. Espinel, the legislative. We have updates on those progressing potential amendments. So the Office of Legislative Counsel will review the proposed amendment for 24824. And we'll notify the committee when that's available. Okay, no, that one is the 240, is it good, is the language good with you?
Yes, yes.
Okay, all right. Okay, yeah. So we will move on with our agenda to old business. We're on legislation number 12324. We have a motion by, okay, a motion to recall. To take this off the table.
Yes.
A motion by Vice Chair Carl Slater. Do we have a second? Second by Chairman Inverness McCarty to take the legislation 12324 off of the table. Does anyone have any questions? Hearing none. Chairwoman Inverness McCarty, how do you vote? Chairwoman Inverness McCarty votes green. Delegate Alvin, how do you vote? Delegate Alvin votes green. Vice Chairman Carl Slater, how do you vote? Vice Chairman Carl Slater votes in favor. You have one member excused, so 3 members voting in the affirmative, myself not voting, the motion carries. 3 in favor. All right. The legislation 12324 is off the table and before the committee. The motioning party is Vice Chairman Carl Slater. Second party is Delegate Lester Yazzie. We do have the primary sponsor here, Delegate Stephen Irving. So, colleagues, do we have any questions on legislation 12324? Second call.
Oh, I have, well, I just wanted to make a.
Okay, sure.
And it's not to the sponsor. So, Shadisha, we found out from, Chief Legislative Counsel, just for the record, that there'll be, an additional, a standalone legislation. What we need is information from the Department of Emergency Management to work with the chapters to determine if there's any other, if there's funds that need to be reimbursed. Because looking at this legislation, these chapters could have already been reimbursed because it's under the 50,000 threshold. So there's only really 2 chapters that meet the over 50,000. And according to Exhibit A of the fund management plan, under administration, the legislative oversight, actually it's 100,000. So this all could have been administratively done. And so I think that's my concern and how they're reaching out to the chapters to use these donations, because there's about $4 million left. And so we should have a plan on how DEM is going to use the remaining $4 million. But I did have a question, and maybe it goes to the sponsor. But on page 2 of 3, line 29, it does say that they'll receive these funding and shall be used for the continuing COVID-related relief activities. I just need to know if that's the intent, or else that will become an audit issue in the future if they don't use it for continuing COVID-related relief activities. Thank you, Shadisha.
Thank you, Chairwoman Professor Crotty, for that point raised. I'll go to the sponsor, Council Delegate Stephen Arvizo to answer that question, but I also wanted to say that we have had Mr. Darren Charlie here from AST who will, which I think is a good point, that the ASCs should be working with the Department of Emergency Management on evaluating these funds. So we're going to pay attention to the administrative usage of these dollars. Delegate.
Future usage.
Delegate Arvizo, do you want to take a look at that language?
Madam Chair, thank you, and members of the Budget and Finance. Good afternoon. It's fun to hang out with you guys all morning. Interesting. Well, so the question was, are the chapters going to continue to use this as code for COVID? We have to understand, this was from 2 years ago when COVID was here, that these chapters were set up for distribution sites and also hub sites. These already happened during COVID. So the fundings, yes, were used for COVID related. The hubs and also the chapters that helped. There were more chapters that were involved in this. So you kind of have to say, we're just giving them their funds that they were allocated before the COVID happened. So they used those fundings and they got in the red because they were told that perhaps we could get the funding back from FEMA or we can do CARES Act. We'll reimburse you.
But go ahead and set up your distribution site. Well, all chapters were distribution sites. But very few were hub areas. So what happened was that these hubs, Ziggy, they started hiring people. And I remember I was a chapter official at the time as well. And also, Madam Chair, if I may, I'd like to introduce some members of the Farouk chapter here that have come to support this legislation. We have the CSC, community members, the future president, the future vice president, and the secretary. I think, yeah, they're all here to support this legislation. And so I don't, based on each of those, we're just replacing it for what the corporations and the people donated the funds for. They donated to Navajo Nation so that we could help Navajo people. So what they did is use their own fund. And they were told that they were gonna get it back, not outside. So now we have an opportunity, because of the donation fund, we could use that fund and give them their fundings back. I mean, it's pretty straightforward. For me it is, but I'm a simple guy. I don't like complications.
Thank you, Delia. Chairwoman Everett Carter, we also have the controller on the call who can answer the question about the audit, the audit committee. Give the floor over to them. And I just wanted to acknowledge the members that come into the chapter. Thank you for being here.
Thank you, Chairman, appreciate it. Thank you. So I'll try to keep this as simple as possible, deliberately. So if you could look at page 2 of 3. And if you could look at line 28 for the officials here, you could look at the legislation. You look at line 28 and 29. This is stating that 8 chapters receiving funds pursuant to this action shall use the funds. That means mandate it. You don't have a choice for continuing COVID-related relief activities. So the simple question is that the intent of the chapter? Because if they use it for something else, that's they're not complying with the legislation that they're sponsoring. And my second question is, this donation fund management plan, exhibit A of the document under administration 1003 states that budgets for donated funds received thereafter shall be approved administratively, except for budgets exceeding $100,000. So there's no chapter here that's requesting over $100,000. So my question is, why can't this be approved administratively so that you're not delaying the reimbursement to the chapter? So if they've been waiting for 2 years, this was passed back by Budget and Finance, the second this motion, and this was passed back in December 2020. So the executive programs have had the administrative ability to approve this reimbursement since December of 2020. So why in December of 2024 is Budget and Finance receiving this legislative request when you've been authorized administratively to work on this and to approve the donation request? So that's my concern. Chair, if I could get those questions answered.
Yeah, thank you. I will turn the floor over to the ASC and to the sponsor to respond to the question.
Madam Chair, if I may, at the time, Ms. Galazza Jim was the director for ASC. So if I could bring her up and to explain that part, I think she'd be better to explain than Mr. Kelly here. May I do that?
Delia, or so, well, I guess, I don't, yes, Ms. Lamasa is here, but how can we ensure that the current ASC director is utilizing his position to best inform the chapters in his current position? So if the ASC is asking for the previous director, I'll permit that, but I just want to state that it is important that our current director knows his position and how to utilize these dollars administratively. So if Ms. Jim, would you like to offer some comments, responses and further clarification?
Madam Chair, I'm not sure if the question is related to, the COVID donation funds and the language that Delegate Prodi is asking for review. Or is this a question about the ASC language and law? So if we can get the clarification, it'd be helpful. What's is your question about the donation fund language in the legislation?
Okay.
It's not an ASC, it's a DEM question, it's not an ASC question.
That's what I'm trying,
Oh, yeah,
it's all
sorry.
administratively, so if you read, so first I need to make sure, did ASC read the fund management plan, COVID-19 response donation plan?
I did not read that portion, was due, I was new at the time. And I'd come in after all this had been gone through back in 2022.
So, should the chair, I just wanna state for the record that the ASC did not read, the fund management plan. So that answers the question on the delay of payment. So the chapters could have received this funding 2 years ago. And so it's important for, as we develop legislations, that this was added as an exhibit, so I'd ask, Chief Legislative Counsel, I'm looking at, you could see your staff who provided, or developed this legislation. So you have all these lengthy reviews on all of these legislations, and so how do we get to the point where this is before the committee? And nobody caught that this committee has already authorized that to be administratively done. To actually avoid this influx of legislation, if it's gonna be under $100,000. So the intent was that chapters would be compensated quickly. And so my concern is then, this fund management allows another executive program to do this administratively. So that could be the request, or is, I just need to know now the intent of this legislation. Do we need to vote on this? But is my question, to Deja, because I'm concerned with the language that requires them to continue to use COVID-related relief activities, because my understanding, that's what they use their initial money for, and they're just being reimbursed. So I'm concerned that this legislation is putting another mandate on the chapter, how to use that funding in the future. To Deja?
Yeah, I'll go to the Office of Legislative Counsel.
Thank you, Chair Parrish, thank you, Chair Cotty. I have a question. What section of the fund management plan are you referring to, Chair Cotty, in regards to the $100,000? I guess as long as it's under 100,000, because I'm looking at
So it's exhibit 1, which is BFD 43 That means it was passed in 2020. That's the fund management plan. So if you look at, then it turns into exhibit A.
Right.
And so it'll be the third under section 1003 administration. If you look at B, legislative oversight, and if you look at 3, the underlying language.
And the other question. So I have prepared an amendment for this legislation because you're correct that the word continuing is about future use, and this legislation is headed for reimbursement. So I did develop an amendment to replace that word with for reimbursement of. However, from reading this section of the FMP, it does appear that the chapters did not have to come to the Budget and Finance Committee for any reimbursements that are under $100,000.
Is this good? Is this legislation in order?
I mean, I'm fine approving it, but I do agree.
Sure.
Vice Chair Snyder?
They've waited 2 years, so it's frustrating. I'm like-
Yeah, thank you. I very much agree with Delegate Crowder's administration. Because Department of Emergency Management, which, and Department of Health, which assisted ASC and DCD with the staging locations. Should have been familiar with the legislation. They're the ones who initially developed the concepts behind it and helped present it to Budget and Finance Committee in the last council. And although Delegate Crowder was there to help move those things along. My position would be, because we have one budget document in front of us that's for $250,000. This is a budget exceeding 100,000, so in order to approve it today, I think it's in order and we can approve it today. But coulda, shoulda, woulda. Past delegates, past division directors, department managers, chapter officials, everyone could have just read the legislation. It's been on the website for 2 years now, you know. It's very clear that administratively means without the Budget and Finance Committee, and all of these requests are for less than $100,000, and these could have been processed a long time ago, including in this council. You know, each individual chapter could have just gone up and asked for their reimbursement because there's, I think, a supporting letter from the president saying we support this, but no investigation beyond this. I would like to, I'm ready.
Yes, yes, it is. He said, Robinson.
Thank you, members of the committee, for the questions and discussion so far on legislation 1, 2, 3, 2, 4. I'll go back to the committee to see if anyone wants to offer an amendment that was sent out.
I'll motion for the amendment. So the staff could read it into the record.
Chairwoman Everett Crowdy offers amendment number 1 to 1, 2, 3, 2, 4. Mr. Todd, could you read the amendment into the record?
Madam Chair, members of the Budget and Finance Committee, this is amendment number 1 to legislation number 0123-24. Amendment number 1 reads as follows. 1, on page 2 at line 28, delete and insert, delete continuing and insert underscore reimbursement of. 2, renumber or read letters to city paragraph section and exhibits as necessary and appropriate. The Office of Legislative Service and Office of Legislative Counsel are authorized to make technical edits to this legislation and an exhibit to implement the intent of the legislation as amended. This amendment supersedes inconsistent in any other previous amendments. Madam Chair, members of Budget and Finance Committee, that is amendment number 1 read into the record.
Mr. Crowdy, motion party is Chairwoman Amber Crowdy. I'll recognize the second from Vice Chairman Carl Slater. Colleagues, are there any questions on amendment number 1? Hearing none, we'll go to roll call vote. Chairwoman Amber Crowdy, how do you vote?
Chair, I vote green.
Thank you. Chairwoman Amber Crowdy votes green. Delegate Leslie Ozzie, how do you vote? Delegate Leslie Ozzie votes green. Vice Chairman Carl Slater, how do you vote?
Green.
Vice Chairman Carl Slater votes green. With that, we have 3 in favor, 1 member excused, myself not voting. Motion carries for amendment number 1. Colleagues, are there further questions to legislation 1, 2, 3, 2, 4? Chairwoman Amber Crowdy.
Yes, I just want to address the chapter officials and staff who have come out to Window Rock to support this legislation. Our hope with the committee and looking at, because we don't directly oversee the ASC office, but we'll definitely create a legislative concern on how ASC is providing chapters training so that you have an opportunity to get direct reimbursement, and so you're not waiting multiple years, because this has been brought up at the council floor when we allocate emergency funding. And so my hope is that as chapters, you're not blamed for your deficit in your emergency management fund, but now you can move forward in the best interest of your people. So that's why the amendment was created, and our intent here is to make sure that we work with our chapters and that we provide them the funding. So I would, once we start the budget process, I'm going to make a legislative concern to the ASC in how you're providing and empowering chapters. And there's no reason why they should have waited this long for reimbursement for funding that's available. And there's other areas that ASC can also improve to help support chapters. Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, thank you, Shada. With that, colleagues, hearing no further questions or comments on legislation 1, 2, 3, 2, 4. Members of the committee, would you like a final reading of the legislation? Thank you. With that, we'll go to a final vote on 1, 2, 3, 2, 4 with amendment number 1. Chairwoman Amber Canespa Crowdy, have a vote.
Should they vote green? Thank you.
Chairwoman Amber Canespa Crowdy votes green. Delegate Lester Yazdi, how do you vote? Delegate Lester Yazdi votes green. Vice Chairman Carl Slater, how do you vote? Vice Chairman Carl Slater votes green. With that, Delegate Norman Gay is excused. With that, we have 3 members voting in favor. 1 member excused, myself not voting. Legislation 1, 2, 3, 2, 4 does pass that Budget and Finance Committee. Thank you, Delegate.
Madam Chair, thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Thank you, members of the Budget and Finance Committee. Thank you very much. This will help a lot of folks over at the root, which they were unable to do for the last 3 years. Thank you so much.
Lester will have to check in the parking
We're moving on to the consent agenda. The title of the record.
Madam Chair, members of the Budget and Finance Committee, you have legislation number 0235-T4, October 30th, 2024, titled the resolution and action relating to resource and development, budget, finance, and outreach committees, approving and authorizing renewal of the contract between the Navajo Nation and the U.S. Department of the Interior Bureau of Indian Affairs under 25 U.S.C. Section 5301, Public Law 93638, as amended for the 3-year term of the Housing Improvement Program, authorizing the fiscal year annual funding agreement and the scope of work of the period of the contract's term. The purpose of this legislation is to renew a contract under 25 U.S.C. Section 5301, Public Law 93638, as amended, including the annual funding agreement and the scope of work between the Navajo Nation and the U.S. Department of the Interior for the Housing Improvement Program for a term of 3 years. The committee has final authority over this legislation, which we run into the records in entirety. The primary sponsor of this legislation is Honorable Otto So for tracking number 0235-24, an action relating to resource and development, budget and finance and advocacy committee, and approving the authorizing renewal of the contract between the Navajo Nation and the U.S. Department of the Interior, Bureau of Indian Affairs, under 25 U.S.C. Section 5301, Public Law 93638, as amendment for a 3-year term for the Housing Improvement Program, approving and authorizing the fiscal year annual funding agreement and the scope of work for a period of the contract that term in Section 1. Is the authority in Section 2, the finding which does reference in Exhibit A and Exhibit B, and Section 3 is the approval with references in Exhibit A. Attaches Exhibit A, which is the agreement between the Secretary of the Department of the Interior and the Navajo Nation. Attaches Exhibit B, which is the Section 164 review, document number 023175. Attached is the first report for legislation number 035-24. Sponsors Honorable Otto So. This legislation was posted on October 31st, 2024 at 5:07 p.m. The public comment period ended on October 5th, 2024. There was no comment supporting this legislation, no comment opposing this legislation, no comments recommendation on this legislation. Then you have the Resource and Development Committee, second year 2024 committee report. The committee reports that do pass with no amendments and refer to the Budget and Finance Committee. Attached is a roll call vote. You have 4 in favor and 0 opposed. Then you have tracking number, legislation number 0238-24, date November 1st, 2024, titled the resolution and action relating to resource and development, budget and finance and advocate committee approving, authorizing the renewal of the contract between the Navajo Nation and the United States Department of the Interior under 25 sections 5301, Public Law 93638, as amended for a 5-year term beginning on January 1st, 2025 and ending on December 31st, 2029 for the water monitoring and inventory program, approving and authorizing the fiscal year annual funding agreement and the scope of work for the period of the contract term. The purpose of this legislation is to renew a contract under 25 U.S.C. Section 5301, Public Law 93638, as amended, and including the annual funding agreement and the scope of work between the Navajo Nation and the U.S. Department of the Interior for the water monitoring and inventory program for a term of 5 years, beginning on January 1st, 2025, and ending on December 31st of 2029. Now, the committee has final authority of this legislation, which we run into the record in its entirety. The primary sponsor on this legislation is Honorable Brenda Jesus, and co-sponsors Honorable Canespa Crowdy. For legislation number 0238-24, an action relating to resource and development, budget and finance and advocate committee improvement, authorizing the renewal of the contract term between the Navajo Nation and the United States Department of the Interior under 55 U.S.C. Section 5301, Public Law 93-638 is amended for a 5-year term beginning on January 1st, 2025 and ending on December 31st, 2029 for the water monitoring and inventory program, improving and authorizing the fiscal year annual funding agreement and the scope of work for the period of the contract term. In section 1 is the authority, in section 2, the finding which references in exhibit 1A and exhibit B, and section 3 is the approval which references in exhibit A. Attaches exhibit A, which is the amendment between the Secretary of the Department of the Interior and the Navajo Nation, and attaches exhibit B, which is the section 164 review form, document number 023252. Then you have the first report in the Navajo Nation Legislative Branch Good Public Review Summary for legislation number 0238-24. Sponsors Honorable Brenda Jesus. This legislation was posted on November 4, 2024 at 1:47 p.m. The 5-day comment period ended on November 9, 2024. There was no comments supporting this legislation, no comments opposing this legislation, no comments recommendation on this legislation. Then you have the Resource and Development Committee, committee report. The committee reports that you passed with no amendments and referred to the Budget and Finance Committee. Then you have attached the vote tally sheet, which a vote of 4 in favor and 0 opposed, and the Madam Chair not voting. Then you have legislation summary sheet for tracking number 0239-24, date November 1st, 2024, titled the Resolution Action Relating to Resource and Development, Budget and Finance and Nominating Committee approving and authorizing the renewal of contract between the Navajo Nation and the United States Department of the Interior under 25 UFC Section 5301, Public Law 93-638 as amendment for a 3-year term beginning on January 1st, 2025 and ending on December 31st, 2027 for the Safety Dance Program, approving and authorizing the fiscal year annual funding agreement and the scope of work for the period of the contract term. The purpose of this legislation is to renew a contract under 25 UFC Section 5301, Public Law 93-638 as amended, and including the annual funding agreement and the scope of work between the Navajo Nation and the United States Department of the Interior for the Safety of Dams Program for a term of 3 years beginning on January 1st, 2025 and ending on December 31st, 2025. Nominating Committee has final authority over this legislation, which will be read into the record in its entirety. Primary sponsor on this legislation is Honorable Brenda Jesus. Co-sponsors Honorable Advocates of Bakrati. For tracking number 0239-24 and National Relating to Resource and Development, Budget and Finance and Nominating Committee. Approving and authorizing the renewal of the contract between the Navajo Nation and the United States Department of the Interior under 25 UFC Section 5301. Public Law 93-638 as amendment for a term of 3 years beginning on January 1st, 2025 and ending on December 31st, 2027 for the Safety Dance Program, approving and authorizing the fiscal year annual funding agreement for and the scope of work for the period of the contract term. In section 1 outlines the authority, in section 2 the finding which references in exhibit A and exhibit B, and section 3 is the approval which references in exhibit A. Then you have agreement between the Secretary of the Department of the Interior and the Navajo Nation, which is in exhibit A. Attached exhibit B, which is the section 164 review form, document number 0232-57. Then you have the first report of Navajo Nation Legislative Branch Group Public Review Summary for legislation number 0239-24. Sponsors Honorable Brenda Jesus. This legislation was posted on November 4, 2024 at 1:49 p.m. The 5-day comment period ended on November 9, 2024. There was no comments supporting this legislation, no comments opposing this legislation, no comments or recommendation on this legislation. Then you have the Resource Development Committee. The 25th Navajo Nation Council second year 2024 committee report. The committee reports that do pass with no amendments and refer to the Budget and Finance Committee. Attached is the roll call vote, the vote tally sheet for the Resource Development Committee with the vote of 4 in favor, 0 opposed. The Madam Chair and Vice Chair vote did not vote. Madam Chair, members of the Budget and Finance Committee, that is legislation number 0235-24, legislation number 0238-24, and legislation 0239-24 run into the record.
Thank you, Mr. Toddy, for reading the legislation of the consent agenda into the record. Colleagues, is there a motion for the consent agenda? Is there a second to the motion? Second by Chairwoman Amber Knessler. Colleagues, we go to a roll call vote. Chairwoman Amber Knessler, how do you vote? Chairwoman Amber Knessler, how do you vote? Green. Delegate Lester Yazzie, how do you vote? Delegate Lester Yazzie votes green. Vice Chairman Carlson, how do you vote?
Green.
Vice Chairman Carlson votes green. One member excused. The motion carries 3 in favor. Myself not voting. So we've passed our consent agenda for the day. We're going to move on to legislation 24824. 24824. Okay. Could you read that legislation to the record?
Madam Chair, members of Budget and Finance Committee, you have legislation summary sheet for tracking number 0248-24. Date November 15, 2024, and action relating to Health, Education, and Human Services Committee, the Budget and Finance Committee, and the Nominating Committee, approving a contract between the Navajo Nation and the U.S. The United States Department of the Interior pursuant to 25 U.S.C. Section 5301, Public Law 93-638 amendment for the Navajo Treatment Center for Children and their families beginning on January 1st, 2025, and ending on December 31st, 2025. The purpose of this legislation is to approve a ISDEAA Public Law 93-638 contract for the Navajo Treatment Center for Children and their families. Navigate Committee has final authority over this legislation, which we run into the record in its entirety. The primary sponsor on this legislation is Dr. Honorable Andy Ness, co-sponsor Honorable Amber Party for legislation number 0248-24, an action relating to Health, Education, and Human Services Committee, the Budget and Finance Committee, and the Navigate Committee. Approving a contract between the Navajo Nation and the United States Department of the Interior pursuant to 25 U.S.C. Section 5301, Public Law 93-638, as amendment for the Navajo Treatment Center for Children and their families beginning on January 1st, 2025, and ending on December 31st, 2025. And Section 1 outlines the authority and with references in Exhibit A in Section 4 is the effective date, and Section 5 is the savings clause attaches to Exhibit A, which is the Indian Self-Determination and Education Assistant Act agreement between the Secretary of the Department of Health and Human Services and the Navajo Nation, calendar year 2025 to 2029, contract number blank. Then you have Exhibit B, which is the Section 164 review form for document number 0232-45. Then you have the first report, the Navajo Nation Legislative Branch and Public Review Summary for legislation number 0248-24, sponsors Honorable Andy Ness. This legislation was posted on November 19, 2024 at 5:25 p.m. The fact that comment period on November 24, 2024. There was no comments supporting this legislation, no comments opposing this legislation, no comments or recommendation on this legislation. Then you have the Health, Education, and Human Services Committee, Cleveland Navajo Nation Council's committee report. The committee reports that we passed with no amendments and refer to the Budget and Finance Committee. Attached is the roll call vote, the vote tally for Health, Education, and Human Services Committee for legislation number 0248-24. The vote was 5 in favor, 0 opposed, and chair not voting. Madam Chair, members of the Budget and Finance Committee, that is legislation number 0248-24 read into the record.
Thank you, Mr. Sahi, and members of the committee, is there a motion? Motion by Chairwoman Amber Kness-Carty, second by Vice Chair Carl Slater. Members of the committee, Vice Chair Carl Slater.
Thank you. I'd like to offer an amendment to make a technical correction for the contract entity. It should be, I think, HHS instead of DOI or DA. Mr. Tari, could you read the first one?
Vice Chair.
Madam Chair, members of the Budget and Finance Committee, this is amendment number 1 to legislation number 0248-24. 1, on page 1 at line 15 and on page 2 and lines 3, 19, and 29, delete interior and insert Health and Human Services _. 2, on page 2 and lines 10, delete 1993 and insert _1975. 3, renumber or re-letter succeeding paragraph section and exhibit as necessary and appropriate. The Office of Legislative Services and Office of Legislative Council are authorized to make technical edits to this legislation and exhibit to implement the intent of this legislation as amended. This amendment supersedes inconsistent in any other previous amendments. Madam Chair, members of Budget and Finance Committee, that is amendment number 1 read into the record.
Thank you, Mr. Sahi, members of the committee, there's a motion on the floor for amendment 1. Is there a second to the motion? Second by Delegate Lester Yazdi. Colleagues, any questions to amendment number 1? Hearing none, we'll go to roll call vote. Chairwoman Amber Kness-Carty, how do you vote? Chairwoman Amber Kness-Carty votes green. Delegate Lester Yazdi, how do you vote?
Chair.
Delegate Lester Yazdi votes green. Vice Chairman Carl Slater, how do you vote?
Green.
Vice Chairman Carl Slater votes green. 3 in favor, 1 member excused, myself not voting. The motion carries. We're back on the main motion. Colleagues, are there any questions for legislation 24824? Hearing none, at this time, we'll go to a roll call vote on the main motion. There was amendment 1 made by the committee. Go to the main motion. The Chairwoman Amber Kness-Carty, how do you vote? Green. Chairwoman Amber Kness-Carty votes green. Delegate Lester Yazdi, how do you vote?
Madam Chair, I vote green.
Delegate Lester Yazdi votes green. Vice Chairman Carl Slater, how do you vote?
Green.
Vice Chairman Carl Slater votes green. 3 in favor, 1 member excused, myself not voting. The motion carries. Passes out of the Budget and Finance Committee. I'd also like to acknowledge Chairman Vince James, who has joined us this afternoon.
All right.
All right.
Good afternoon.
All right, moving on with our new business, we have legislation 24924. Mr. Carter, could you read that legislation?
Madam Chair, with the Budget and Finance Committee, you have tracking number for legislation number 0249-24, dated November 15, 2024, and action relating to health, education, and human services committee, the Budget and Finance Committee, and the non-state committee, including a contract between the Navajo Nation and the United States Department of Health and Human Services, Indian Health Services pursuant to 25 USC section 301, public law 93638 is amendment for the Navajo Nation Department of Health and its supporting program beginning on January 1st, 2025 and ending on December 31st, 2034. The purpose of this legislation is to approve an ISDEAA/public law 93638 contract for the Navajo Department of Health and its supporting program. Now, the committee has final authority over this legislation, read into the record into the party. The primary sponsor on this legislation is Sponsor Vince R. James, co-sponsored Honorable Dr. Andy Nez and Les Biaggi for tracking number 0249-24 and action relating to health, education, and human services committee, the Budget and Finance Committee, and the Navajo Committee, approving a contract between the Navajo Nation, the United States Department of Health and Human Services, and Indian Health Services pursuant to 25 USC section 301. Public Law 93638 as amendment for the Navajo Nation Department of Health and its supporting program begins on January 1st, 2025, and ending on December 31st, 2034. And section 1 outlines the authority, and section 2 the findings with references in exhibit A, attached and exhibit B, and section 3 is the approval with references in exhibit A, and section 4 the effective date, and section 5 the savings law. Attached in exhibit A, which is the Indian Self-Determination Education and Assistance Act agreement between the Secretary of the Department of Health and Human Services and the Navajo Nation calendar year for 2025 to 2034, contract numbers blank. Then you have exhibit B, which is the section 154 review for document number 0234-25. The date issued was 09/13/2024. Then you have the first report, the Navajo Nation Legislative Branch and a public review summary for legislation number 0249-24. Sponsors Honorable Vince R. James. This legislation was posted on November 19, 2024 at 5:33 p.m. The public comment period on November 24, 2024. There was no comments supporting this legislation, no comments opposing this legislation, no comments and recommendation on this legislation. Then you have the committee report, the first committee report from Health, Education, and Human Services Committee between the Navajo Nations Council. Second year 2024, the committee report I do pass with no amendments and refer to the Budget and Finance Committee. Then you have the roll call vote tally for the Health, Education, Human Services Committee. For legislation number 0249-24 with a vote of 5 in favor, 0 opposed, and chairperson not voting. Madam Chair, members of the Budget and Finance Committee, that is legislation number 0249-24, read into the record.
Thank you, Mr. Todd, for reading legislation 24924 into the record. Colleagues, is there a motion? Motion by Chairwoman Amber Smith McCarthy. Do we have a second to the motion? Second by Delegate Lester Gazi. Colleagues, do we have any questions for the sponsors to the legislation, the presentation today?
I just have one question, I think. I don't need a presentation.
Okay.
You'd be offended if we go without presentation.
Oh,
Exactly.
we're perfectly fine. We can go straight to question.
Yeah, I have questions too, Chair, so I can go there.
Thank you, Chairman Vince James. We'll go to the committee for questions to the legislation. So Chairwoman Amber Smith McCarthy.
But yes, thank you. So I appreciate the work of the oversight and Division of Health and all of the partners here. I just want to go to your work on the epidemiology center. So I would just want to bring to your attention, and I know we're going to have our demand action plan later on this week in Albuquerque and in hybrid. But we do have a plan, and the council and the nation has put in Navajo Nation dollars for missing and murdered and relatives database. And so we have worked in the past with Dr. Bauer and Dr. Christensen with the Net College. Unfortunately, we weren't able to fund it with any federal funds, so we self-fund. And at that time, we were working with Ms. Ramona Antoinette. And so I'd like to reconvene that conversation. I think every time we meet and we talk about it, Because what we would want to do is you have existing data agreements with federal partners regarding application data. So that would be important to understand those nuances and how we could build a database, because I'm looking at your leading causes of mortality. And I just need to understand this a little bit more, because the work we do, there's so many murders that happen on applications. So I would need to know from an epidemiology standpoint, where that is in terms of this conversation. Because I do see unintentional injuries. My understanding that that's more motor vehicle crashes. And so we do work with NDOT on prevention and preventative measures. I do want to commend with the data, we are seeing some decrease in mortalities in different areas, but then it's flipped, right? So it's good to see there's been a reduction like in self-harm or in malignant neoplasm, but I've just seen it probably went under, which is great. We're headed in the right direction. But I wanted to bring that into the conversation because I don't think the Navajo Nation really looks at the impact of violence in our communities, and then how that also is leading into maybe some of these different areas that we could do prevention work on. So correlating data on individuals who unalive themselves, what type of trauma or what type of, holistic view on how then the nation can move our resources to help support individuals who have dealt with like childhood trauma or current trauma. The other question, I know I said one, so that's kind of, I just want to leave it there, but I do see for, and these are not numbered, but under your DPMHS, the next slide, after your sites, you do say a challenge is recruitment and retention because of competitive salaries and wages, student loan repayment and staff housing. I would just like to focus in on that conversation because Budget and Finance Committee is very committed to the housing crisis here in Navajo Nation. Also let us know in terms of if there should be an opportunity for student loan repayment for your staff. We've heard this from teachers who are saddled with lots of student loan debt, and that's why they feel like their salary doesn't meet their need when they have to repay. So we could look at that option, and also the competitive salary and wages. If I could recall on the 23rd FE committee, and that's when Teresa Galvin was the director, there was a provision where the committee allowed Department of Behavioral and Mental Health Services to increase their salaries, their federal employee salaries, as long as they could demonstrate they had funding to sustain those increases. And so that was at least 6 years ago. I understand with COVID, we're all getting back, but it would be important to know how, because that was, I think, you may be the only program that's been allowed that provision so far. And so I want to see if there's a way, if you knew about that approval, and I think we might have also given it to DOJ, or maybe it was hiring, and then seeing if that has helped you determine if your federal funds can sustain that increase on staff that are on the federal payroll. Because a bulk of your money comes from federal grants, which I understand. So, yesterday we had a high level summary on the impact of the next administration. So I'm also looking at if there's federal budget cuts to health services. We also need to plan that out. So I think that's more in terms of, I know we're talking about this grant, but it's important because it looks like for at least the last 3 cycles, you've relied on this grant. And so we would need to make sure that tribal leadership is there to defend your program. And then if there's any challenges where you're not spending down your federal allocation, the federal OMB and our congressional leadership always ask Navajo Nation, we know you have a lot of challenges, but you're just not spending down your dollars. So we should have a conversation about your federal carryover and understanding those different nuances. I know that your oversight receives a lot of that information, But we could focus on the federal aspect of it because we receive those quarterly reports. And we'll be looking like at budget transfers and whatnot when it comes to federal money. Chair, those are my questions.
Thank you, Chairwoman Member Crowdy. I'll turn the floor over to the sponsor and his agents to respond to the questions in the legislation. Chairman?
Thank you, Chairwoman Parrish, other members of Budget and Finance Committee, Taniki, Gabik, Auto, Yat, Ethan, Auto, the Kitchen. Kodoshi, the Yad, Messiazi, dog staff, and the Niki, but the dish auto, not outside, and the Niki, she, auto, for the response to Shimasani, Honorable Amber, and also about Claudia Dolly. So with that, I'll yield the time over to Messiazi, staff.
Aki hachinam aro natani damakini he had his own song of what and he thought that sitak aro the ani shadeja yajanitis kirigiti epi palate epi missing and murdered indigenous relatives yana nishto yandos moving forward how can we work with them no natives so I'm gonna defer that over to my colleague here, and I'll respond to the remaining questions.
Thank you. So in response to your questions on missing and murdered natives, in the data, assault is where you would find the homicide. I don't know if that was clear in the report. We have been in the past limited because you're right, it is a large issue that cross-cuts lots of different sectors of society. And so the data we get the underlying cause of death, and we get some basic demographics, and sometimes we get contributing factors, which are probably more likely to affect things like diabetes or cardiovascular health. And so yeah, I think it is necessary to pull and have a multi-agent agency kind of task force to address it, because our data will be somewhat limited. Our federal data, a lot of the data we get through IHS is hospitalization data, which again, we can get rates, we can look at how many people were victims of assault, so we can kind of see what precedes potentially a fatality. But there's still a lot of missing information. For instance, your question about like childhood trauma, we wouldn't necessarily have that in that data set. However, there are, behavioral health data, there are law enforcement data that would probably help to inform it. So yeah, I think it'd be good to revisit. I'm here on behalf of Del Yazzie, who is our Epicenter director. I'm delegated today. So as far as like formally organizing something, it would be something I'd have to speak with him about. If you referenced Ramona Antonez, I know back when she was our director, we were working towards something called the child fatality review team, which is done often at state and national level. And that might be something worthwhile looking into organizing, where it wouldn't just necessarily be the childhood fatalities, but we're looking at missing and murdered indigenous fatalities. One other thing to mention, because again, it's also an issue that crosses probably multiple jurisdictions, particularly if somebody was a victim of like trafficking, that sort of thing. So the data that we get is primarily or exclusively in some cases, like with the mortality data are individuals who live on the Navajo Nation, or if the death occurs on the Navajo Nation. And so some Navajo deaths may not be included in that data set. So that's where like federal partners, other state partners become vitally important. So I hope I've at least addressed your question. I don't know if I answered the question, but is there a follow-up question from you, Honorable Ms. Prady, or?
So, thank you, and so understanding that you were delegated
Yeah.
here, and, let's create that opportunity with Director Yazzie.
Yeah.
To have that conversation, because we do have the Danette Action Plan, and so it does, other programs are connected. And we're gonna be meeting in Albuquerque, and one of those components is data. So, we've had like data, conferences at Flagstaff and these other conversations. So I think it is time to bring in epidemiology. I do want to note, because you're in a network of tribal epidemiology centers, your sister organization up in Seattle was actually the one to really collect all of the data nationally that helped us with, you know, finally demonstrating to the federal government what was happening in Indigenous communities and how many people were missing. And so, I'd like to pull understanding if there's always limited funding scopes. And that's what we would need to know, what we need to self-fund, or at least ask in tribal consultation, because we have asked CDC to, how they do their, what's the name of it? They do specific studies on certain aspects. And so we were asking them to do a specific study on, the public health impact of our missing and murdered relatives, so that we could have that data. I think it should be clear on Navajo Nation in the year 2024 on what's happening. And I would want to see that reflected on some of these mortality rates. Because this also, since it's just confined to what IHS is reporting, it also hurts our initiative Navajo Nation. We want our own office of medical examiner. And they're using this IHS data to say, you don't have that need, Navajo Nation. But like Sheriff Delegate Charles Moon will come back and say, here's the murder data, here's the violent data. And so there is a need, because our current criminal investigators are also acting as our medical investigators. And so it's putting a burden, all of us carry a burden, but it's an unnecessary burden if we could get that funding, or else ask the committee and the oversight to prioritize those areas. And then we self-fund, so at least we could get it started. I want to just go back and we'll have a follow-up, and committee, thank you for allowing me this follow-up. We have other tribal colleges that are working on their own missing and murdered databases. So NTU actually has the capacity, and they're working with, I believe, 2 or 3 other tribal university or colleges on a database. Because the challenge that we came up to with Dr. Bauer and Dr. Christensen is, how are we going to store that data? Like, how are we going to make sure we're abiding by all of the guidelines? And I think that's where we needed more of that technical help. And so it sounds like NTU's able to offer that. So their first round of allocation was $1 million last fiscal year. And this year, because of the continuing resolution, they're receiving 500,000. And so I'd like to bring you to that conversation so that we can all be on the same page. And my hope is that they'll start participating more in the Net Action Plan. Because, you know, it takes a while to get money here on Navajo Nation. So they didn't get their money till like the deadline, right? Friday, somebody had it the Friday before the deadline. So thank you. And we'll have a follow-up. We'll keep the committee involved. But then I just wanted to ask if my other questions could be answered by Akinuna Frigazi regarding the payroll and the federal funding. Thank you.
Chairwoman, I'll give the floor back over to the sponsor and the
Thank you, Shada and Kitty. I just wanted to add on to the conversation regarding the EPI program. We will ensure that we have the EPI program and the team participate in that moving forward and explore the opportunity with NTU so that we can expand and leverage on the data that we have, so that we can ensure that the data that we do present is inclusive to what you had respected. Moving on down to your questions with regards to recruitment, retention. As you know that we have presented to HES with regards to issues on our salary and the struggle in terms of hiring and the differentiation of pay versus Navajo Nation with IHS. So to answer your question, no, I was unaware of what the 23rd Navajo Nation Council did, and I will be definitely looking into that with staff. I have been meeting with leadership on a regular basis in terms of, one, our first investment is to our employees and looking at their pay scales and making sure that they're complementing what IHS is doing. That's ensuring that we, which will go back to our recruitment retention plan that we're aggressively working on. So that is one of the action items that is definitely our priority
that is on our agenda. We have a working session for our program, this coming, for our entire department this coming week to identify, and streamline a lot of our goals and objectives for the entire department. Yeah. And with regards to our funding, we are presently working on our corrective action plan with all of our funding. That was one of the, probably the first things I looked at coming into Navajo Department of Health. We have brought to date, as of today, all of the contract modifications that have been outstanding as far back as FY 2016. Those have been submitted to OMB, so that will be reflecting our new budget in terms of contract mods. I believe there was at least 66 to 67 contract modifications that were completed from 2016 to today. And that's a lot of work. It's a lot of work, but I'm really happy to say that's one of the things that we worked on. So this coming weekend, and one of the things that we have been really stressing at Navajo Department of Health is looking at our budgets and looking at our need, looking at our investments in our employees, and looking at our resources at the grassroots level, and making sure that our employees and our programs have the necessary tools to be successful. So that is going to be our driving point this coming weekend, and identifying what our program goals are again, and looking at what we need to do, how can we do better, and then reflecting that with our budgets. And then we're going to also be assessing our current budgets and looking at what we can do to move forward, and looking at what our current plans are. So we're actively looking at our budget now. I know that's what we're going to be discussing during our negotiations. We do have a meeting with OMB this coming Thursday with regards to that. I hope that answers your question, Shada.
I just have a follow-up. So in terms of federal funding, and looking at red flags for me is, and that's why I asked what tribal leadership is gonna be there hand in hand to advocate on behalf of Navajo Nation. So I just need to make sure all of the tribal representation is, you know, they're going, they have the ability. We're challenged as a council because our off-reservation travel was line item vetoed. And so that does impact our ability to help advocate for Navajo Nation programs, because something that we always had to do and seen in the federal budget under President Trump was the CHR program. It was always trying to remove that component. And that is so vital to on the ground services on Navajo Nation. So we need from your team, like the briefing, okay, these are high level, we cannot look away, and we need to continue to monitor and advocate so that we can still get that funding, so that these programs, you know, meet the need out there. So critical. So that's what I would just want to see when I talk about tribal leadership. Okay, what's the plan? Like when it's stacked, I used to be on the SAMHSA, all of these different federal things, because we don't know if that's going to change, right? And what the future of tribal consultation looks like in the future. And then if these different federal organizations, we don't know if that's going to change. So I would just want high level. It could be 1, maybe 2 pages, because you're a large division, but to let us know, okay, what is needed. I know sometimes we'll go to like the IHS budget formulation meeting, or we'll go to other events so that we're always knowing. And I think we should have position papers for all of your divisions. I haven't seen a position paper at Navikiak yet, this administration, and that would help us so we're all on the same page. So when I'm talking about something else, I can pull up your position paper and we're all, Navajo Nation is on the same page, because they like to divide us anywhere we go. So let's just see what that looks like, if we could get those position papers. And they've been developed in the past, so I'm just thinking of modifying and updating, but that would help us be in a better position. And I think we'll ask the oversight. I know that you're coming out of COVID, but there was, you know, you mentioned your whole plan of operation here. We would need at least like a master plan, how you're gonna implement, so that you could be that state health department. Because during COVID, I don't know how many discussions we had to wrangle with the state and the federal government, and not really recognizing our jurisdiction, and then being able to get that data and the collaboration. So those are more comments, Shanice, I'll yield back the floor.
Yeah, thank you. Shadow Chairwoman Amber Casper Carney will hand the floor back over to the sponsor and his agents. They'd like to respond.
Yeah, thank you, Chair, and then Shima Senate, Honorable Amber, Crowley. So with that, we'll go ahead and respond again, and I'll give some time over to my agent.
Thank you so much for expounding on the need for tribal leadership to be at the federal level. And Navajo Department of Health is in dire need of that. And if we I know that tribal budget formulation ended with the area at Flagstaff, and the next one is in February. And I already proposed to the team here, Navajo Department of Health, that all hands on deck need to be there, which includes our tribal leadership. And if Navajo Department of Health can help in terms of funding for tribal leadership to be there, I would greatly appreciate that. We do have our position papers that have been completed, our white papers, our priorities for Navajo Department of Health, and it was a legislation that was dropped by Chair Vince James, and it's been how long? It's been 6 months here at Legislative Council or within your legislative process. So thank you for bringing that to the attention. I'm really hoping that you and the Budget and Finance leadership team here can assist in expediting that, because that is what we need when we're advocating at the federal level. And so if that could be something that we could really promote or leverage and push forward, I would appreciate that. Second of all, in terms of this administration, those are the things that we have been looking at. And that's the purpose of why we have our management plan for 10 years and not for a year. I felt, and the team along with me felt like it was important to lock in the 10 years in terms of funding with IHS. And that when we go to, after it is approved at NABI, and we hope that it goes to NABI next week, that we go into negotiations with the Indian Health Services, and we ensure that we make a position for the Navajo Nation by way of Navajo Department of Health, because our goal is to get to Title V and to become the true public authority of the Navajo Nation by expanding what Navajo Department of Health really is. And I continue to say this is, we really believe in hashtag Navajo Healing Navajo. And it starts with us. It starts with leadership. It starts with everyone in this room. And if I could have that echoed from 25th Navajo Nation Council, from my oversight committee to budget and finance, if we could just eat, talk, breathe, and speak to that, you can imagine where we can go in terms of our own Navajo people healing each other. And it starts with leadership, and it starts with council keeping us accountable. It starts with us making sure and ensuring that we are compassionate with the work that we do. So that is definitely what we're working on in terms of our IHS with this current legislation now, is we want to make sure that we are prepared and we are funded for the next 10 years. And we've, even with what is in our plan of operation, we've already started with an action plan with that, and I can expand on that at NABI if need be, or I'm going to be having a working session with HES. We're on their agenda December 17th, so a lot of those things will definitely be addressing.
Thank you. The responses, Chairwoman, you have any follow-up questions?
I just have the question that I asked for your challenges. So somebody can look up, if you don't have that resolution, somebody can help us look up what exactly Ms. Galvin was able to do and what she requested. But we did talk quickly about housing, student loan payment, and competitive salaries and wages. So I'm just looking at your challenges here.
Yeah.
Because a lot of these are internal, but we would need to know if we're doing this housing plan, what are the opportunities for housing? And then is there federal funding that could help supplement that if they're essential? I know like this whole provision of like essential workers that NHA should be providing, but we know they're sitting on millions of dollars. And so what I'm just trying to do is, what is the plan so that we can go out and provide that information? The last thing too, I want to just use this time, Chair James, I know we've talked about excessive leave. And so I pulled up a resolution, for the personnel management. Because Department of Health and how, the capacity, if they have individuals that have excessive leave. I'm looking at maybe the recommendation is just to amend, the personnel policy manual, just to allow that carryover. Judicial branch provides a carryover, and so I think, that would help, staff. As we're working together and understanding the constraints at OLC, I just want to make sure that no staff, that their hours are lost, and I know that was a big thing for Department of Health during COVID. And I'm sure now that's still an issue when you don't have the capacity that you need, at least they could have their leave that they earn. Or if we could determine that payout and we provide them.
Okay.
I will go back to response to recommendations, maybe directly back to Acting Director Yazzie.
Yeah, thank you, Chair and members of, Budget and Finance. Just really quickly in response to excessive leave. We will be discussing the, draft, personnel policy manual on December 16th. That will be most likely a whole day and then on into this, Tuesday, the 17th. And our work session is going to be Twin Arrows in Flagstaff. So I will look out for this and see if it can be added and put part of the draft personnel policy manual. And so this is our last step, and then hopefully this will be our final preparation to drop legislations for all the changes and amendments that is being made to the personnel policy manual. And it would be a good time to add this also. So,
Send you that citation.
oh, yeah. So Idea, thank you. And then I'll go ahead and get some time over back to Ms. Yazzie to respond.
Thank you, Shanasa. I do have, acting HSA, Vera John here to assist with the response with regards to the legislation, with, former, HSA Administrator Teresa Dotto.
That's it. Question on Shay, Cottage Union respond to any something versus team. And touching that should change, coding that should know. So I just wanted to introduce myself quickly. So for the legislation regarding the salaries, that's something that we are we'll look at revisiting and looking at how we can implement that in for our staff that we have right now. And I know that hazard pay for during COVID, that is something that is still going through the process as well. So still. And so, so there have been just some internal things that we've been maneuvering in. So, or has been, I'm actually new. But that's where I understand to pick up from. So that is continuing. So I just wanted to clarify that we are aware, but having assistance in looking at the legislation or bringing it up for us, that would be helpful.
Thank you, Chair Parrish. I just wanted to add that, since my onboarding, that was one of the major concerns brought to my attention by the staff was the lack of payment to all employees. So I made it a directive to all of leadership in Navajo Department of Health that it was the right thing to do to compensate all of our employees for the time that they did during the time that they put forth during COVID. And so with that, we are presently working on getting all the outstanding pay to all of the employees, and we are working to get that process. That's one. To all the employee performance evaluations, we're bringing them up to date. We're most likely at 98%. That's the second thing. The third thing we're evaluating is ensuring that we have employees at a reasonable grade step that they should be at. If we have not honored that with an employee who has been there for well over 10-15 years, we are working with our oversight and DPM to see if we can get them promoted. And we are also providing other bonuses to all of our staff, which was, something that we all did. I did sign off for DBA Makeshus, not too long ago, so I'm hoping that they will be, all employees with DBA Makeshus will be receiving that. The rest of the Department of Health has, also been working on that as well.
Thank you. Members of the committee, are there any more questions?
District.
Vice Chair Carlos there.
Thank you. So I have some comments and questions, and I guess if you want to respond like an overview now, welcome to, but I'd prefer something in writing. And that's so that you can consult with Chair James and the committee on how you want to proceed on some of these items. Because you know you're working under their direction right now, but these are some things that are personally important to me. So the committee passed, the HES committee passed the genetic policy statement legislation that moves on to the KOT committee. I'm interested in seeing how this 638 would have any nexus with that, whether it is funding positions, and therefore there may be general fund dollars available to the Department of Health to assist with the directives that exist in that. And that is like DOJ and DOH making resources available for policy development, assisting some of the subject matter experts, the community involvement, all of that. They kind of floated along for a long time with that. So it was really OLC, at the direction of a delegate, bringing resources there to help them. So interested in seeing where there is crossover. You can explain how it might advance that legislation should it pass out of the committee. And then your regulatory activities, so like 638 and MIMIT, I want to hear about how this would impact those regulatory activities. Again, the same thing, like some stuff will be over here, so we'll free up dollars over there. Or if you're contemplating beefing up those things, because I know, I'll make an assumption here, but I assume when Delia Crowder was on HES, they were talking about these things. We definitely were talking about the last one. And I'm not sure where things stand right now, Chair, where, you have a document that very clearly says that navigation regulates the 638 facilities, and you have to agree to these stipulations. And oh gosh, I'm hearing our previous Dr. Jill Jim. I think we amended that and added in some things. That's very important because if we want to think of ourselves as a state or a nation or what have you, those activities are regulated at the state level. And I always think that like we have to have that, 10, 20, 30, 40, 50 year vision. And we always get all jazzed up, but if we can just make, chip a little bit off in each term, each whatever, let's advance that. So that would lead me to third-party reimbursement, state Medicaid agency. I think we have a finance nexus here. The more third-party reimbursement that we have for all the programs in NDOH in under HES's jurisdictions, the fewer other federal dollars we have to divert for some of those purposes, the more general fund dollars are available to spend more flexibly. So, if you can help articulate whether this is going to have any impact on this contract and helping to advance those two things, and maybe help me or other committee members here understand like what the plan is to roll out those things. I know you started some third-party reimbursement stuff with Billy. And then I sent an email to Chair and Vice Chair because I still get some of the HHS things about the tribal management grants. And I don't know if NDOH has reviewed those notices, but we had put in one in the 24th, and that grant for the planning portion of the grant. We didn't get it, and I would encourage you to maybe work with Ms. Morris, figure out. I think you probably have that response level, the dial letter. If you could provide that to the HES committee too, because I don't know if they have that right now. Again, I don't want to supersede my authority. My opinion is we need to be aggressively pursuing these things and looking at other areas like Oklahoma, the Pacific Northwest, and Alaska, of course, Portland, who have pursued really innovative things that have leveled up the level of care and services that they're able to provide and develop an integrated system that's under private control. I just have the opinion that like each facility, you have IHS that competes against 638, but 638 also competes against every other 638. And it's not an integrated system, in my sense of fact. And those management grants with your regulatory activities are a way, I think, to help piece that all together. State Medicaid, okay, the Office of Traditional Healing, which is contemplated being funded under the nicotine and tobacco taxes. I just want to hear if there's a nexus there with this, if you're, so I saw some stuff in the slides that says you support these things, so you could flesh that out.
Okay.
And the RMP, Resource Management Planning System. But, you know, the thing that we decided with Arctic IT or whatever, you know, our focus has been, I think, on the FMIS, the HR side. I'm sure Chair James is thinking about all the innovative ways to do the HR stuff too. But, you know, a part of that system is, okay, we're now a citizen, I can have an account or whatever, I can log in, I can see what programs I might be eligible for. You know, I want to encourage you and the committee to look at those cross points or nexus, whatever. Because DOH, DCFS, huge leverage opportunities. And if we're going to continue the budget process, maybe contemplate your unmet needs request later in that context. Because we're always asking for data, and you're able to just click a few buttons and do it instead of like stack. What data do we have? How quickly can we scan these documents and get them, you know, we can level up the 21st century. So if you want to respond to any of that now, I just would prefer something in writing so I have something to reference later, and also so you can confirm with chair. So you guys are going to the direction. So thank you very much. And that's the extent of my comments.
Thank you, Vice Chairman Carl Soder. I also want to acknowledge Council Delegate Norman and Gay for the record.
You can come until we have lunch.
What do they, always stretch your rope.
There's the floor back over to Chairman Minster.
Yeah, Nana, Chairwoman Parrish, and then members of the Budget and Finance Committee. Thank you again, Honorable Slater, for that, and we'll go ahead and respond in writing to your questions and concurrence with the Health, Education, Human Service Committee.
So
Or just
or do you want to like Zoom or something too? Just have a transcribe.
Okay. You got it. All right, thank you.
Members of the committee, are there further questions on legislation 24924? Second call for questions?
No.
Okay, hearing none. No amendments were made on the legislation. The final authorities that have been against your committee. We'll go to a roll call vote. Delegate Norman and Begay, how do you vote? Delegate Norman and Begay votes green. Chairwoman Amber Canesper, how do you vote?
Delegate, how do you vote?
Chairwoman Amber Canesper, how do you vote? Green. Delegate Lester Yazzie, how do you vote? Delegate Lester Yazzie votes green. Vice Chairman Carl Slater, how do you vote?
Green.
Vice Chairman Carl Slater votes green. 4 voting in the affirmative, 0 opposed, myself not voting. The motion carries. The legislation 24924 will continue to the Navigation State Committee with the same recommendation from Budget and Finance Committee.
If I have, thank you.
Thank you.
Oh.
Thank you.
Thank you.
With that, colleagues, we're at the end of our agenda. We're at close of session. Written announcements. Mr. Tyler, are there any written announcements? Vice Chairman Carl Slater, do you have a comment? Anyone have any announcements?
Oh, well, I'm not going to RPAC. Chair, you might be doing for you. But you guys want to say, I think the whole committee is authorized to go. You guys want to go?
I'll just.
Just going for the first.
I mean, I think you guys should re-examine why the committee goes to New York. Because I'm thinking there should be compromise. You can have it in Albuquerque or like wherever there's an airport in Phoenix. But I mean, I listen to Zoom and I get the same information. And so, I mean, it's just.
Or why you have RPAC and the investment committee for the same RPAC information that is. With the legislation. Legislation. Yeah. Yes, oh. Yeah, it's like six. Actually, it's like. Right, I'm about to adjourn here.
Thank you.
There's nothing else.
I'm glad you have that.
First.
Yes.
Thank you.
Vice Chair Carlson, motion to adjourn. Members of the committee, is there a second to the motion?
Second.
Second by Chairwoman. Delegate. Vice Chair Slater votes green, Delegate Norman Indicate how you vote.
We're doing.
Delegate Norman Indicate votes green, Chairwoman Member Cassidy.
But do we have any leadership meetings that we should need to schedule, or that's all for during this?
Okay. No action. There.
Delegate Lester, I think votes 4 in favor.